the gathering place. Here we are for another weekly Modern tournament. I'm Walker, but we have two more guys here. We got
It's Collins.
Collins.
It's Collins.
Yeah, and I'm Lee.
And we have Lee. So we got 14 players for Modern tonight. This looks like it's going to be a really great game. We got Aiden on Burn against Kevin Shirley on 4-color control with Omnath. So I'm really excited to see how this goes out.
It's a classic Modern matchup since Omnath was printed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you draw Omnath before Burn kills him?
Yeah. I mean, I remember do you remember the Nephilium from original Ravnica?
Which one?
All of them, because
so
there were
all-
there were 5 of them. It was just like 4-color creatures that -1. Omnath is just it feels like it's in the same spirit but way better.
Yes.
It's
They
way
tried
better.
to make the Nephilims like really weird and
Yeah.
cool instead of actually good.
All right.
Omnath, they just like, we're just gonna make this card really
Yeah.
strong.
Yeah, really messed up.
Yeah.
All right, so on the left, it looks like we've got Aiden indeed with our burn deck.
Hornet playmat.
Hornet playmat.
Kahira as a
that.
companion.
And
Right,
the game's going.
Yeah, it looks like Aiden has kind of the
Yes.
start that you would hope for at a burn. A, you won the die roll, and B, you get to start with probably the best card in your deck, Goblin Guide. And
Yeah.
This is a nice Goblin Guide.
Kevin does draw a Temple Garden off that, but it's not really going to matter because on the draw, going up to 9 cards on turn 1, you're not going to be able to play a 1-drop in this deck. So you're just going to have to discard a card. It's kind of like a free attack.
Oh, interesting. Do we know about mulligans from either of these players?
I-
I would
It-
assume that they both kept.
Yeah, it looked like they both kept.
I didn't see any mulligans for the players, so we'll know if the 1-drop
Yeah.
is played or not.
Right.
Usually the 1-drops I see is play are like Lightning Bolt, Prismatic Grenade.
So what do you think the Omnath player is looking for beyond just trying to survive? Do they have any silver bullet cards in here? Anything in their sideboard they might be picking for?
I think that really the main card that the Omnath player is hoping for is Omnath.
Is Omnath.
Yeah. This Omnath deck plays out mostly as a control deck.
Yeah.
You're interacting as much as you can. You've got some counter spells. I don't know about Kevin's list in particular. It might be a little more mid-rangey.
But
But
that's a Prismatic and it cast right there to stem the Goblin Guy bleeding.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, the main game plan from the control player, the Omnath player, is to find Omnath and use that to stabilize. And yeah, it's pretty crucial to get the first creature off of the board. A really easy way to lose is going to be to just have a couple of connections from the Goblin Guide on turn 1.
Yep.
Kind of puts you too far into the life deficit.
Kevin's already down to 15.
Yeah. Aiden played a Monastery Swiftspear and followed up with a Play with Fire to deal 2 to Kevin, scry a card to the bottom, and then hit for 2 again.
Yeah.
But the 2 gets intercepted by Solitude.
Yeah.
Because again, you're just trying to like spew your cards away to keep
Right.
yourself alive.
Every
Yeah.
single trade that you can take, you will. You want to take that trade as fast as possible. And so far, I would say that this, as good as the draw has been from the burn player, Kevin has been able to answer kind of every redundant threat that Aiden has presented. So that's a really good deal for him.
Aiden's got to have some cards in there though that prevent gaining life, at least in his sideboard. So that's going to make things pretty complicated for
Roiling Vortex
Omnath.
is
Yeah.
usually the card.
Roiling
Just
Vortex.
Straight up, you can pay a mana to prevent life, and that's usually in the main deck
Yeah.
nowadays.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
People have opted more for Rolling Vortex over Eidolons recently, which, in this matchup at least, is going to be really helpful for Aiden.
What happened to the skull crack? Is that just like dead?
No, people still play.
Yeah,
People still
people
play
play
that? Yeah.
Skullcrack, for sure.
Alright.
Yeah, but it's kind of the aside from the life gain prevention, it's kind of the worst one because you're paying
Yeah.
2 mana for 3, which at 2 mana you kind of want to get either 6 value out of a Searing Blaze or 4 value out of a Boris Charm.
God, the speed of Modern still flabbergasts me.
still
It's
increasing.
crazy. It's
still
crazy.
increasing. Yeah.
The 4-color deck does have another stopgap at the 4 mana slot, which is the One Ring nowadays. Because that gives you an extra turn of protection for everything.
Yeah.
Sure.
That is nowhere near as strong as Omnath because it doesn't give you that permanent life buffer.
Yeah.
It's just Burn keeps their cards in hand for a time and then kills you the following turn if they can.
Yeah.
It's good enough as a stopgap. It's better than some of the cards. It's just like, it's really Omnath or bust a lot in this matchup.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here I think that we're going to see a Teferi, I would imagine. Not the best card to have, but can be very good when paired with counterspells. I don't know how counterspell heavy Kevin's build is, but if you can force the burn player into a sorcery speed game, that works really well in conjunction with counterspells. It also works really well with a card that you just mentioned, which is the One Ring, where if you prevent them from being able to use their mana on your turn to be able to burn you when you're not hexproof and everything, that can be a pretty big tempo setback.
I see here. This is the one from Kamigawa block. That's like deals
Lava Spike?
Yeah, Lava Spike. Yeah. That's crazy. I didn't realize that people were still playing that in Burn. But I guess it's efficient.
1 mana,
yeah.
3 damage. That's all you want.
Yeah.
That's all
Yeah.
you're trying to play.
Yeah.
You could play 12 of those. You would.
You would.
My deck is all lava spikes. Thank you very much. I'll draw 6 of them eventually.
Yeah.
Hopefully fetch twice.
So there's a Skullcrack in Aiden's hand right now. Chose not to play it in response to Teferi. Likely trying to save that for an Omnath turn.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Omnath's already down to 11 life.
But keep in mind.
Burn's at 21.
Yeah, keep in mind, like, you can't Skullcrack in response to Omnath if Teferi's in play.
Yeah.
Which is another strong point in favor of Teferi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the main reason Aiden chose to keep that in hand was that I think that the hand at that time was Skullcrack and Skewer the Critics, and you just kind of need to pair Skewer the Critics with another burn spell. So we'll see if Aiden chooses to fire off the Skewer the Critics now.
Has Skullcrack had its Oracle text updated to target Planeswalkers as well, or is it just plain?
I believe it can.
It has. Okay.
Yeah.
It can.
Have you ever seen that happen in a modern tournament? No.
Burn goes fixed.
I think anytime you Skullcrack at a Planeswalker, you've done yourself a disservice.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So Skewer the Critic decided to go face as well, so that's going to put Kevin down to 5.
5.
Yeah. So you know,
5.
Kevin was doing really good. I mean, just imagine if like there were 2 more Goblin Guy connections. This could be a very different game. But you know, 5 life is kind of just enough to be able to squeeze past into finding that Omnath that we're looking for.
Yeah, Aiden does only have 1 card in hand, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, unless he's got a stack there. That's one.
I believe it's a land as well, if I caught a good glimpse of what his hand was earlier.
Which means it's going to be very difficult for him to kill on the next turn.
Yes.
I know Aiden's running white. What's he getting out of that?
So I think Boros Charm is
Boros
kind
Charm
of
is the main thing?
the only card in
Yeah.
the main deck that I'm aware of at a burn. Sometimes you'll see sideboard white spells. It used to be Path to Exile when that was more common, but now I think people have moved into you know, Rest in Peace or just kind of whatever like tech card that you're looking for. But Boros Charm on its own.
Boros Charm is the main
Yeah,
draw.
it's a big-
It's 2 mana, 4 damage. It's very strong.
You get that out of Flame Rift if you want to do 4 damage to yourself,
I
too.
don't think you do, though.
Yeah. Well, we're at 19.
He's at 19!
Well,
I mean, in this matchup you would, but
it would certainly be great in this matchup. Yeah, for sure.
I remember when Nemesis was printed. I read that book. I read it. I own it at home somewhere.
Nice.
It's the corruption
fetch it
of
down to
airtime.
4. So now
4.
a Boros Charm is
Ooh.
lethal, unless Kevin here is planning to play the One Ring.
Yeah.
And he does have to fetch either a blue or a red source if he wants to be capable of playing Omnath next turn.
Right.
So there's an island.
Yeah. So yeah, we got the island that we're looking for. I think that either, you know, I think the best plays that you could have here are the One Ring or Omnath. Oh, the One Ring without Omnath is pretty risky to play because if you choose to draw with it, all of a sudden you're 3 and dead to just every card that your opponent could draw. But if you're able to go One Ring into Omnath, then all of a sudden that 1 damage, that 2 damage that you're taking off of your One Ring are a lot less relevant.
Yeah. Have you guys ever seen Burn get over an Omnath? Like one in play? Just doing 40 damage to the opponent?
I have never seen anything like that happen. Usually Omnath is lights out.
Yeah.
The games that you beat in Omnath, you're either killing them on the stack, you
Yep.
know, they play Omnath, you kill them in response,
Yep.
or they play out their Omnath on turn 4, aren't able to get that extra land drop, and then you're able to untap and kill them.
Yeah, this is crazy slow. Like, they're on, what, turn 7 or something like that?
I think we're, yeah, oh, here we go.
Yep.
This is the Omnath. So we found what we're looking for. I think that we've already played a land this turn.
Yeah,
So
this is turn 4.
Any,
Oh, this is turn 4?
any land that we are going to exile here, we're not going to be able to play. But, I mean, yeah, just... Oh, okay. looks like we put the Omnath on the bottom, which has to mean that we already have one.
I would
I
imagine
can't
so.
imagine anything else.
I gotta say, props to both of these players for being so good with their card organization. Not everybody does that. They just like throw cards everywhere, but this is clean.
Yeah.
This looks great.
So there's that land in hand, and luckily it is a cycle land. We're gonna be able to draw it.
I think there's an Arid Mesa in hand too, though.
Yeah.
Very rough.
I think that if we are gonna have Omnath into land drop, that's probably gonna be
Can Goblin Guide lead you there?
Take Me Places Goblin Guide.
It's a dangerous game to play if you're playing against Omnath
Eh,
now.
if it lands on top, they're gonna draw it anyway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I believe Teferi plus. So
Yes.
if there
Yeah.
was a prismatic ending, we do have access to that at instant speed here to be able to take care of this Goblin Guide. I think we're debating on
Goblin
go
Guide
to
at
the
face.
Yep.
Trigger
Yeah,
the
you
Goblin
gotta
Guide.
go to the face.
Ooh.
Oh,
Wandering on top.
hello.
Yeah.
One-
Not as good as
Alright.
Omnath, but
No.
you know.
Okay, and we are going to be taking two
Goes to
here.
two.
So if we had a lightning bolt, that could have been it, but looks like we are going to just have to pass the turn. And Kevin doesn't have anything to worry about here with the Teferi in play. You just get to play it real safe, gain your life. So in the expressive iteration, we saw both a Omnath and a fetch land not chosen. And those are the best two cards that you could have in this spot. So I'm imagining that we're going to see two of those from hand.
The Wandering is not that bad here because of Teferi. Like, giving
Yeah.
protection for everything and then ticking up Teferi. Like, the
Yeah.
Goblin Guide could attack Teferi to 1, but that's not enough to kill it.
Right.
So if you
That's
have...
fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
But here's Omnath.
Here's Omnath.
The clear reason not to take Omnath in the previous iteration.
So we have our players write down their name, their deck, the deck that they're playing, and the top 3 cards that they have in their deck.
Trigger.
Yeah,
Oh,
here we go.
oh,
Omnath and Fetchland.
6.
Kevin has written top 3 cards. Number 1, Omnath.
Omnath.
Number 2, Chalice. I crossed
Crossed
that out,
out.
actually. Omnath. And then number 3, I think there's like a T or
Started
something.
writing something
Yeah,
and then just like,
cross it
nah,
out. Cross out Omnath.
it's Omnath.
Yeah. So, and I mean, here we go. We're at 6. 6 is dead to. It would have to be 2 burn spells here. And not even 2 burn spells.
There's still an
because
Arid Mace in
you can
hand.
just Crack the fetch land.
It's functionally at 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's game.
Yeah,
Game
that's
1
it.
is
It's
gonna
not
go
even a
to-
premature good game. Like, Omnath just cannot be defeated from here.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Okay, so that's game 1.
So is this an advantaged game for Omnath in this matchup?
I think that Omnath. I don't like if we're gonna break down the percentages for who's gonna
Yeah.
win what game. I couldn't really tell you who's ahead.
Yeah.
It does seem pretty one-sided when you get to see interaction into Omnath, which
Yeah.
is what we saw in this game.
Yep.
But that doesn't always line up for the Omnath player, and sometimes the Goblin guys goes unanswered and you just get run over.
Yeah, that was actually.
Also, sometimes you don't draw Omnath the turn you need it,
Yeah.
and you die.
Right.
He got down to 2 life there, so if that Goblin Guide had connected one more time, Burn would have won.
Or Aiden had a couple turns to draw a Lightning Bolt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how many lands Aiden's actually running. Like that's
Not very many.
Not
But-
very many.
But occasionally you just draw too many.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
magic.
magic.
It's magic. I think that the usual numbers these days is 20 lands, and you kind of get away with 20 lands, which is because of the cycle lands that we have access
Yeah,
to now.
yeah.
Being
I love
able to.
cycle
Oh
lands.
yeah, so good.
Sunbait Canyon, Fiery Islet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Whatever cost it cycles at, I don't care. It's good limited stuff. And then you constructed players get access to it too, I guess.
Well, yeah, and I just am always a fan of any thing that increases consistency
Yeah,
and reduces
yeah,
variance.
yeah.
And I think that the cycle lands being able to be
Counts.
either a land or a bounce land. Sorry.
Aside from the cube, or rather, aside from the stream, you should come cube with us because that's exactly what the cube is designed for.
Okay,
It's
consistency.
all cycling lands and Karoo lands and modal dual face cards.
Every card draws a card.
Yeah, no. Every card draws a card. Every card forces you to just like pay 2 mana to discard something.
Nice. I
Yeah,
love that.
it's all
Yeah,
good
yeah.
value. It's all good value. What do you think Aiden's sideboard plan is here?
So-
like without seeing his board.
Yeah, I mean, Aiden is likely going to be looking for kind of 2 things out of a sideboard. Stuff that stops life gain. So the 2 mana enchantment That we
Roiling
discussed earlier.
Vortex.
Yeah.
Roiling Vortex is really good for that. Skullcrack is nice.
Yep.
Skullcrack is a little worse in the face of an Omnath and a fetch land because you get to stop one of them, but the power of Omnath is that you get to play a fetch land, gain that 4 life, and then gain another 4 life on your opponent's turn. So if you're only Skullcracking one of those,
Yeah.
it's not enough.
Yeah.
But I really think that Aiden should try to keep his deck pretty lean. He's not going to win a long game in this matchup, so he shouldn't try to. He should just try to play those tech cards that kind of like invalidate the life gain out of Kevin, and yeah, hope that his deck does what his deck does best.
Lee, you've played against Aiden, right?
Yes.
Is he the sort of psychopath who will side out lands when he's on the draw?
No, there's. I mean, you can side out one on the draw, but he's not on the draw here. He's like on the play.
Just in case.
And then he's gonna board out. I mean, I see Swift Spears in the sideboard right now because
Yeah.
you don't want to leave yourself open to the interactive draws from 4-color.
Yeah.
Like you just get in your damage while you can, and if you leave your opponent able to interact like a prismatic ending, it's just not as good.
Yeah.
You're only getting 1 to 2 damage out of that Swift Spear.
Yeah, that was a philosophy that I took to the Jund matchup a long time ago as a burn player. I played a good amount of burn, and whenever I played against Jund, I would board out some number of Goblin Guides. Because drawing them towards Tarmogoyf at the time was really bad. So
Yeah.
the land that you could potentially give them was not good. And also, I just wanted to limit the amount of interaction that my opponent could have with my spells.
Yeah.
I want all of my spells to be uninteractive damage to your face. And if I'm playing a Goblin Guide and they're able to Fatal Push it or Lightning Bolt it, it's a really bad trade for me.
Yeah. You
So
want
I-
to play a shock in your deck that draws them a land?
Right. Yeah. Don't want to do that. So I understand boarding out some number of creatures in favor of just cards that you know that are going to be able to hit your face and not be interacted with.
Now, what do you think is happening on Kevin's side here? Because he's definitely boarding stuff.
There's a few
Kevin is
cards
in the tank.
Yeah, there's a few cards you can play to just have lights out against burn.
Yeah.
If you choose to play them, and that's like kind of the thing. A
Yeah.
lot of people just don't choose to play them.
We got to see on Death and Taxes last week, somebody brought in like 4 Burnton Forge tenders.
Yeah, that's
or
a really
whatever,
good one.
And still got completely run over by Burn.
Blossoming Calm is the one I see that's very targeted. That is, you gain 2 life, it has rebound, and you're also hexproof from, like, you can't be targeted until your next turn or something like that.
Yeah.
It's really good against Burn.
Yeah.
But, yeah, go ahead.
A lot of the cards in modern sideboards are usually trying to target multiple matchups.
Yeah.
But Burn is one of those decks where you look at a cardboard, a sideboard card, a cardboard in your side.
Yeah.
And you say, this is for Burn.
Yeah.
You say, this is my Burn card. It's only for Burn, and it's what I'm making it for Burn. And yeah, I think Blossoming Calm is about as good as it gets for a deck like Kevin's, where he's just trying to gain 4 life out of this card and also counter one of the burn spells.
Like, maybe Surge of Salvation is in Kevin's sideboard, which is a card that's usually against creativity that gives you hexproof from red cards until end of turn.
Yeah.
And that could be played in multiple matchups. So it's like kind of a white counter spell. Like anything that interacts with spells is going to be good against Burn.
Yeah.
Spell Pierce, if he has that in the sideboard. Things like that. Those are things you could expect to see, because a lot of people aren't packing the Burn-specific 8.
Yeah. Interact, Omnath.
Yep.
So that's the game plan.
Those are the 4 turns you need.
Yep. All right, we got game 2, and we see it looks like Burn is already mulliganing.
Yeah, a pretty
Yeah.
quick mulligan. So I would imagine not much of a thinker.
Too many lands or too many spells. Does anyone know what that playmat is that Aiden has? Does anyone know what that
Looks
card?
like a goblin. Are you asking this because you know and you're going to tell
Yeah,
us?
that is
Okay, good.
exactly why.
I assumed.
All right, so that's a Mog of some kind.
It's
'Cause
it's just a goblin.
It's just a goblin?
Just a goblin.
Well, they've gone to the effort of demonstrating
Yeah.
the ears. That's
I know.
usually a good sign that
That's
you're
a
looking
that's
at
an
Wrath.
artist thing.
Okay.
That specific artist.
All right.
Do you know who that artist is?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you met the artist? Are you the artist, Lee?
No, that is Wayne England's sketch for Very Cryptic Command.
What?
Oh, it's not a goblin.
He actually did not finish the commission before he passed away.
Oh no.
So they put it in the
Wow.
set anyway.
Yeah.
Is that why it's black and white?
That's why it's black and white.
Cool. It's some cool lore.
Yeah.
Wow, I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. That's awesome.
Now, what card is this on the
The
right?
Hornet, that's
Hornet?
real life.
That's real life?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some nice skin at the bottom there.
Do you guys remember the? I think it was Killer Bees. It was like one green flying that you could pump it.
Oh,
for
from
green.
Mirage, yeah.
Yeah. It was either Mirage or it was like 4th edition, 5th edition, something in that range.
I know Mirage had a bee that was like
Yeah,
that. I don't
yeah,
know if
Mirage
that's
had a bee that was like
exactly
that
the
for
one
sure.
you're talking about, but Mirage had a couple of weird bee cards
Nonsense.
because they were just
Green
like,
flyers.
they're green. Birds of Paradise flew. Just put more flyers in here.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, we are just seeing mulligan after mulligan here.
So, yeah, I know that Aiden had a mulligan, and Kevin is on his first mulligan as well, or is this a second
There's
mulligan?
a leyline binding.
Hello.
Oh,
Leyline binding.
Let's shuffle it back.
All right, we'll try again. We didn't see the hand.
Yeah.
I'm fine with this.
This is a very low rules level enforcement. So
Yeah.
you just shuffle, draw your new hand, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
how often do ley lines show up in Modern anymore?
Well, that's a leyline binding, so that's
Yeah.
not quite a leyline.
Oh,
it's just
it operates differently?
It's basically like an Oblivion Ring.
Oh,
That
okay.
reduces
okay.
in cost for lands you have in play.
How are they gonna put ley line on a word and not have it be a ley line? That's crazy.
They've sold us all.
It's just tricking people.
Well, it's not a leyline itself. It's
Right.
It's a leyline binding.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
it takes
all
the
right.
ley lines
Oh,
away.
I see. I see. All right.
It's binding the ley lines.
Yeah,
I
you
see.
can target a leyline with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Valid
Yeah.
play. I think Kevin is keeping his hand here.
Yep. We see a 5-carder. I gotta say, I love the London Mulligan rules. I don't know how it's affected you guys
it's
in
good. It's
constructed.
just
but
good.
It's pure upside and limited.
Yeah.
It's so good there.
I think it's just good for the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Variant seduction.
Yeah,
I'll preach it until
More
I-
player control over
can no longer.
things. It's
Yeah.
always a good. It's always good.
18.
18.
Rift
Yeah.
Hello. I will mention the Riftbolt is also a card I consider sideboarding out in Teferi matchups.
Oh, really?
You usually won't board out all of them, so I'm not surprised to see one here, but I'll just mention that is a card that can get got by a Teferi.
Yeah,
If you
after
suspend
turn
it-
2 or so, you just can't suspend it
Oh,
anymore.
sure,
Well, you
yeah.
can, but Teferi won't let you cast it.
Unless you cast it.
Yeah, turn
it's a
1 is
bummer.
safe.
Yeah.
There's no problem suspending it on turn 1. But as the burn player, I've definitely been disrupted pretty heavily by
Yeah.
a Teferi after I suspended my Riftbolt on like turn 3 or something.
It also helps power up the Skewer the Critics
Yep.
occasionally.
Riftbolt into Skewer is always nice.
Oh,
Okay, we've got just land
pass.
pass here.
Oh,
Yeah, Boris Charm on fetch land activation.
Oh yeah.
Because this plays around Spell Pierce.
Yeah.
Very
no
clever.
Spell Pierce,
Very
please.
clever.
For ya. You're at 12.
Roggen Triumph for Kevin there.
I mean, you only need 1 to be alive, I guess, but 12 is just a startling life total at
1
this
is not
point in the
0,
game.
but 12 is kind of close to 0.
12 is a lot closer.
When you're 12 this early in the game, it certainly feels like you're pressured to definitely interact as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Oh my god, we see a pass here. What's he holding?
Yeah, Forest Pass is interesting because we're not representing Counterspell. Based on the lands that Kevin was fetching in the first game, I would imagine that Kevin doesn't have access to Counterspell as much.
Oh no.
All right, that's 3. You're at 9.
9.
Another 3? Another 3?
3 more. I could also, if we have an instant speed spell, I would love a pass here, just to play around Spell Pierce again.
Well, let's play the Scalding Tarn after the Lava Spike.
Okay.
Yeah.
From here on,
Yeah.
we can play around Spell Pierce.
Now, what is the general speed and demonstration for 4-color control in terms of their interaction? Like, what sort of stuff is he maybe looking for in the first couple of turns?
I think that, he's going to be a lot better at answering creatures
Yeah.
than spells. He's probably has a couple of, like, Spell Pierces or something.
Change the equation,
Yeah.
counters a red
Equation.
spell.
Yeah. So he's got some elements that can counter things that are burn spells, but not a ton of things. So, I think that really we're just trying to, hope and pray until we get to turn 4 or 5.
The game's burn wins is when 4 colors interaction doesn't line up and they don't do anything until turn 5 when they can play Omnath.
Yeah.
They're never going to win that game against
Yeah.
burn.
Yeah. So I see that we drew a Ren and 6 and chose not to play it. So that to me indicates I can't quite tell what else is going on in the hand, but
I would imagine it's counterspell.
there's some sort of counterspell happening.
Or keeping up a Leyline Binding.
I mean, he just passed
Leyline Binding
the
probably
2
is
mana,
higher
right?
utility than
Yeah. Then a Ren
a Ren 6.
Kevin has wasted turn 1 and turn 2 in terms of mana. Like, he
Yeah.
hasn't cast anything so
Well,
far.
Kevin is really only able to play interactive stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
he chose not
yeah.
to play the Ren and 6. It was just one of the proactive items that you can have on turn 2. We see the fetching of Basic Mountain, so I would assume that there's going to be
A damage spell.
Yeah.
damage spell of any variety.
An attack spell.
Something that hurts them. I mean, this is a mold of 5 out of Kevin, so I don't know what we should actually expect. Like, constructed decks mulligan a little better than limited decks in general, but mulling to 5 is always going to be painful.
Well, you got to think when you're mulliganing, you're as 4-color in this
Yeah.
matchup, you're really looking to have an Omnath in your hand.
Yeah.
So you can settle for a hand that's got like a removal spell, an Omnath, and some lands.
Yeah.
Right.
And you just have to draw out of it no matter what, right?
Yeah.
And Aiden doesn't have any creatures, so these spells cannot be cast.
Yeah, yeah,
Which is a good reason to sideboard the creatures, like we were saying.
yeah. Is there like a next level, like as Omnath, you sideboard out your
You don't
creature
actually
removal?
have that many cards you can actually board in that because
Oh,
you're a
no.
control deck, right?
Yeah.
You don't have proactive things you're doing.
Yeah, it's all response.
So this is an Express Federation.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, I imagine that here we're just kind of digging for the relevant stuff. I think we see the fairy, and is that a Leyline Binding?
It's definitely a white card. I thought it was Solitude, but I can't see it.
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
We
Yeah.
can't.
Something that answers a creature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was somebody who was on stream, I don't know, like a month ago or something like that, who did I'm going to show my hand to the camera. I want to kiss that person on the mouth. It was so good. It was
Yeah.
so
Well,
good.
sometimes that's good, and sometimes you need the drama of revealing the cards.
That's
all at
true.
once.
That's true.
Yeah, there's a balance to walk.
Yeah.
And it looks like Teferi was the choice here.
Play with fire.
All right.
Ooh.
This is a card that I have not seen before in Burn. I see the appeal of wanting to tack on a Scry 1 to your Burn spell, but the 2 damage is not on rate as much as I
It's
would
not
like.
Lava Spike level.
It's not quite Lava Spike level.
Oh,
hello.
Weather the Storm. That's a really
Okay.
strong card.
Oh,
my god.
So Weather the Storm was threatening to gain 6 life,
And that's one of the burn sideboard cards.
Yeah.
but instead
It was actually threatening to gain 9 life.
9 life.
Yeah.
Oh, because of
Express
the
Federation, the Weather the Storm, and the Play with Fire.
Wow. Yeah. Really,
So it's-
really crucial.
That
to
skull
have
crack
that.
did 12 damage.
That's go crack to 12 damage.
Well, that is crazy. So okay, I think that I'm understanding now why
The mana was open.
The mana was open. The
Yeah.
Whole time.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, Weather the Storm. You really do have to pick your spot well, and I think that spot was good enough to go for it there, but we got maximum punished by this Spellcrack.
Did he have time? Did Kevin have time to play the Teferi first?
No.
No.
I don't
Just he was
think
going to
so.
get burned
Because that was
out.
turn 4, right?
Yeah.
And you play your iteration, and then there's Roiling Vortex. That stops life gain.
Oh my
But
God.
on the plus side, it can get Leyline Binding, which
Right.
is the only thing we've been able to Leyline Binding all game.
It can get Leyline Binding. It can get bounced by Teferi. So is this Instep? Ooh, Instep Solitude. Okay,
That's a
I like
subtlety,
this.
yeah.
Subtlety, yes.
Solitude at least has lifelink, right? Bolt you, put you to 1.
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, well this might be lights out for the control player now. Because
Roiling Vortex does 1 damage in the upkeep,
Rolling
so
Vortex is
All
gonna
right,
do 1
we
damage
get
in the
concession.
upkeep, and that's gonna be it.
Good. We get game 3.
All right.
So what's neat is that Kevin did not have a Solitude in hand because he could have Solituded your subtlety.
right. It might have been a bolt in response. Oh, but no, we weren't at 1 until okay.
Upkeep.
Yeah. But did we have 1 mana open for the Rolling Vortex activation?
No.
No.
Okay.
Now, have either of you played against Kevin before?
I haven't.
You haven't?
Or I don't remember.
I don't believe I have. I
Yeah.
may have. I've played
Because
a lot of
Collins,
Magic.
you've played a lot of.
That's the
of
problem
Modern,
with playing
right?
a lot
But
of
you haven't
Magic
played a lot
tournaments is you
here,
just
have
like
you?
play against people a lot and you don't remember.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love this store. The Gathering Place is a phenomenal place to go. Lately, I've been playing a little more Flesh and Blood at this store in particular.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Flesh and Blood always looks so cool.
It's a fun game.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I've been enjoying it.
It's just different, you know. Every game is a little different.
Yeah.
Even Limited and Constructed are different in
Yeah,
some
they're,
states.
they're so different. Limited is a lot of heuristic thinking, and Constructed is a lot of meta-analysis, pattern recognition. Like, there's a lot of very different skills that you have to pull on.
Yeah.
I wonder how many Weather the Storms Kevin has in a sideboard, because that is not a card you see very often, and it's very obviously an I'm gonna win against Burn. I'm gonna try my best.
This is me.
Yeah.
This is my burn card, sideboard card. Yeah.
Because that's not good against anything else.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Weather the Storm. And I honestly, I think that Kevin chose as good a spot as any.
Oh, yeah.
I think that to Aiden's credit, Aiden was playing very patiently and probably had that Skullcrack up for a long time, and was kind of looking for something to counter essentially with the Skullcrack, and nailed it.
Yep. Who thought that Wizards was ever going to print a red counter spell?
Counter your game life spell.
Who knew?
Skullcrack's not even the first one.
No, it's not. They've had players can't gain life for at least since Dark.
The first one I remember that's a damage spell and you can't gain life is Flames of the Blood Hand.
What was
which
that?
is from Betrayers of Kamigawa.
Betrayers of Kamigawa? That can't be the first
What
printed.
about the 3-mana enchantment?
Sulfuric Vortex?
Yeah, Sulfuric
that
Vortex.
is. Yeah, that's better because
That's
it's very strong.
Scourge?
But that was the first spell I could think of. The deck.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah. I was
But
just
Scourge
thinking
That's
of
from
is,
Scourge.
Scourge
It's
is
from
definitely late.
No,
Is
it's
it
before.
later?
It's,
No,
it's later.
before.
It's in the old frame.
Yeah. Scourge is the follow up to
Okay, so
Odyssey
Chalice of the
Torment
Void is
Judgment.
also in Kevin's deck now, which is a fine sideboard card against Burn. It doesn't actually lights out them like you want it to.
Right.
That's our little Chalice cross
Yeah,
out.
Chalice crossed out for on that. But yeah, Burn has gone through an interesting history with Chalice, where it used to be that Chalice on 1 was just game over for Burn, but all of a sudden Burn started playing more and more 2-mana spells.
And they're really good.
Yeah.
Really good 2-mana spells. And then also these pseudo 1-mana spells in Rift Bolt
Skewer
and
the Critics.
Skewer the Critics.
Yeah.
And just having a plethora of those really adds to the ability to just play around Chalice.
So what's he going to try to play the Chalice on? Or do you think it's going to be
Probably
board
one.
contextual?
I mean, it's hard to play on 2 because that's 4 mana.
4 mana.
It's pretty easy, late in the game or on turn 2, to just be Chalice on 1. This invalidates some of your cards, and that's good enough to play.
I think I think later in the game you might want it on 2, but mostly because of the. So the weird thing about Weather the Storm and Skullcrack is that Aiden can't cast Skullcrack on Chalice on 2, but you can still cast Weather the Storm because the Storm copies don't get countered.
Oh, sure.
It counters one of the
It
copies.
counters one of them, but all the copies have a CMC of 0.
Well, they
right?
CMC 2, but they're not cast.
They're not
just
cast.
put on the
Okay.
stack,
Yeah.
which is a subtle but distinct difference.
That's very clever. That's very clever. So we
but-
see a Renin 6
Yeah, the
already.
Renin 6 is good because now this means that Kevin's, I need 5 lands for Omnath.
Yeah.
Part of the equation is solved, essentially.
All right, and here's the Vortex. This could be not countered, but this could be answered pretty well with tempo if there is a Teferi on this turn, being able to kind of advance your Planeswalker board state, and then also
Just sure the Teferi.
Called shot.
Just like you drew it up.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I would love to just see Teferi played out here, bounce your thing, make you replay it. It's just a tempo play of you're trying to trade mana essentially.
Yeah, buy yourself time.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Aiden will have to replay it at some point, and every turn he doesn't replay it, he's losing 1 damage, essentially.
Yeah. So is Sulfuric Vortex just too slow?
It's
at
2
3?
not legal in Modern.
Oh, it's banned?
No, it's not legal.
It's too old.
Oh, sure, of course. It hasn't been reprinted since then.
Right.
Oh my god. What are they doing?
We
to
would
Magic
love
these
to
days?
play a Sulfuric Vortex.
Yeah, that's
And I
a
would
sweet card.
I would hate to play against it.
Right. Yeah. this enchantment is, doing its best to play
Yeah.
that role.
Yeah.
But having to spend a mana is pretty prohibitive
Just
overall.
patting its head. It's doing
Yeah.
its best.
It's trying.
It's really trying.
Yeah.
It's trying.
Yeah, 1 damage instead of 2.
It doesn't measure up to its big brother.
Well, but that's tough.
Hey, it got like a 1600 on the PSATs back when it was out of 2400, so
There
that's
you go.
okay.
There you go.
They did all
Come
right.
on, Kevin, play those Teferi. This is good. You've got it.
He's got
Yeah.
floating
You've tapped
mana.
the mana.
He's tapped the mana. He's considering.
I don't know what the other consideration is.
I think
It cannot.
it's got to be a Teferi.
It cannot be put Kahira in hand.
Well, it can.
Yeah,
Should
he's
it be?
trying. He's
No.
thinking something
Yeah.
up.
It's got 3 mana tapped. He's already fetched.
And to be fair, we don't know it's in Kevin's hand.
Yeah.
He just plays a Rocks Warmonk here. That could be better.
Honestly, oh yeah. If
He's
you
just
can be
gonna
the one
morph
to beat
something.
down, all of a sudden, this 1 point per turn is working in your favor. Okay, so we've untapped our lands. We are now going to pick up this fetch land. And
We just see a Control Z action there.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think that what we're thinking
Oh,
about here,
is this leave up and Force of Negation? I don't like this as much.
I think it's leave up Dovin's Veto.
Same principle.
Yeah, it's leave up a counter spell, and I agree. I think that it's less mana efficient, and it doesn't counter our Goblin Guide.
And what are you doing next turn?
Right.
You're gonna do that same play again?
Yeah.
So
Scott?
subtlety, perhaps.
So it was the only white card for there's 2 Teferis.
There's 2 Teferis, so
Yeah. Okay, so Goblin Guide is, I think on the stack, I think that there was like a debate about pitching the subtlety, but we're not going to do that quite yet.
so maybe it's a Solitude if Goblin Guide's gonna attack.
Now there's going to be an interesting mind game here of my opponent just showed me.
Just tried to pitch a
that-
Teferi.
They just tried to pitch a Teferi, so we know that there's a subtlety. So do you attack in this spot?
Is it possible this is just next level mind games?
Honestly, there could be an interesting decision of no attacks, but no, we're gonna
I think you just attack.
Yeah. have to.
I mean, okay.
Oh, and you can just know about the Weather of the Storm, which is actually kind of valuable,
Yeah.
knowing
Yeah.
about it.
So, yeah, I think that.
Now, last week we did get some players on stream who were just like really deliberate with their hand presence. They were actually like leaving cards face up that had been revealed.
Yeah.
They were MTGAing it. That was crazy.
I might
That's-
have been one of those people.
You might have been. You might have been. I mean, it was great to see from the outside. I can't imagine anyone doing that at high ELO, but like, it prevents everyone from having to have a notebook.
Yeah. So interestingly, we decided to take 2,
Okay.
and I think that our plan is to use this Solitude to have an additional storm counter for our weather storm.
That could be, which, you're going to have to play the Teferi now eventually, because if this Teferi isn't in play, Weather the Storm can be countered by
Yeah.
a Roiling Vortex,
Right.
paying a red mana into
Yeah.
it.
1 red mana, counter target spell.
We do have access to 4 mana now, so Weather the Storm plus Dovin's Veto for the Skullcrack could be kind of the play that we're trying to set up.
Well, Skullcrack's not an issue with Teferi in play, right?
Right.
So it's just paying red mana into Roiling Vortex.
Oh, it's the Vortex that's the problem.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
So-
You're right. I overlooked that.
Yeah, so Teferi into bounce the Vortex, play Weather the Storm, gain 6, like, and get out of there,
Yeah.
might be kind of what you've priced yourself into. You can also uptick the Teferi to put it to 5 to set up for a bigger Weather the Storm turn,
Yeah.
which might be worth considering.
So if he is upticking Teferi, what's his plan long term? Still just get Omnath. That's his main goal every single time.
I mean, pretty much.
That's a
Weather
good
the Storm
plan.
can bridge you to Omnath. The reason I'm saying like uptick Teferi is a reasonable thing to do is because if you uptick Teferi, you're either forcing Aiden to just throw a bunch of spells at Teferi, which is a lot of damage wasted.
Right.
Or the Teferi takes 2 from the Goblin Guide, stays at 3, and then you can bounce the Vortex next turn, play some spells, and Weather the Storm.
Yeah.
And then Vortex isn't in play.
Yeah.
Now, I want to point out that this Burn player has been playing really patiently.
Yes.
Holding up mana, not going for spells. And I think that is a really good way to play these control matchups. And I think that Kevin is getting pretty punished for not
Doing
using his
anything.
mana.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that you, like, as a control player, you really need to look for spots to use your mana.
Yeah.
Aiden's really taking advantage of that. So really credit to Aiden for being patient, holding on to the mana for the.
Oh, I see a
the
Boros
first
charm in
advantage.
hand there. Yeah, he's got a lot going on.
Yeah, one of the issues with control decks and why Burn is allowed to play patiently against them is, though, even though you have the long game, if you're not advancing your game plan and Burn just like gets in for damage here and there,
Yeah.
you are constantly losing.
Yeah, yeah,
Every draw step that you allow Burn to have is another potential 3 damage.
Right.
yeah.
So, you really have to watch out for, that long game.
Just like that, Kevin's down to
Yeah,
9.
and now we're just firing off the Weather the Storm. And I believe there's a Skullcrack in Aiden's hand.
There is.
So this could be a Dovin's Veto bait.
Right.
But you could just pay into
Oh.
the Roiling Vortex,
Yeah,
which counters the entire card.
yeah.
So
Something
that's a no thank you for
something
all
Kevin
of that life gain.
may have overlooked.
Yeah.
And that lasts for the entire turn. And Aiden still has another mana up, so even if Kevin were to play another one in response, it still wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Which
He's
is
still-
often the strongest follow-up to Weather the Storm.
Aiden still has 2 untapped at this point, right? Like, he could get in for damage if he wanted to. What is this guy down here?
That's another land.
It's a Fiery Islet.
It's
That's what we're talking about?
violent. All right.
Yeah.
It's another Horizon land. You can sack it to draw a card.
The
Yeah.
blue is not relevant. It's just the fact that it taps to or it sacrifices
Sacks
to
to
draw. a
draw.
card. Yeah. So yeah, this vortex is doing work. And yeah, we really see a lot of consideration to just holding up the mana. We're not under any pressure. As long as we can hold up this mana consistently, we can. Like, an Omnath isn't really an issue.
I think there's also a path in Aiden's hand, a Path Exile, which solves Omnath because you can just path it in response to the card draw trigger. That's before they can
Oh,
play a
sure.
land.
Yeah. Yeah. We see Kevin taking the glasses off.
He's doing a thing. He's not in a great position right now.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're at 7. We're facing, 1 a turn, and then for as long as we decide to take these Goblin Gun hits, additional damage.
Oh my God, Renin 6 is up to 7.
That's a magic number.
It would be a lot more threatening if Roiling Vortex weren't in play.
Right.
'Cause
Yeah.
casting this Weather the Storm a lot of times is not going to do it when there's a card in play that counters that.
Just do it a bunch of times.
So
It'll
here's
be
the
fine.
fairy. And some exasperated hand motions. I'm not sure.
I think it was a sarcastic. Didn't you try to pitch this earlier?
Right, yeah. I'm wondering if we are debating. So we're choosing now between either firing off a burn spell in response to this fairy, or just continuing to hold up this mana. And I think that if you have a 1-mana burn spell, which I see a bolt in hand, I think you want to go for bolt and activate your vortex in response to this fairy to prevent the life gain from happening.
What life gain?
There's life gain in there
Life
somewhere.
gain,
Yeah.
Couldn't you do it in response to the fetch line?
You could. Yeah.
I remember. Do you guys remember Conley Woods and like his article about cracking a fetch and then taking 2 total versus finding a shock land? It's like the title of the article or something like that. It was just a bad typo.
I don't remember this.
I don't remember.
This is like 2012 or something like that.
Crack fetch,
Old
take
channel
2.
fireball. Yeah, crack fetch take 2.
Good. So yeah, we did opt for that line of really valuing this activation.
Lightning Bolt on the stack right now with the Teferi.
Bolt your face.
There's
Oh,
a fetch land.
Yep.
Okay, so we are going to crack this fetch.
So-
I imagine that we're going to be countering this spell, but if we do end up countering this, we're at 6.
See, Aiden's thinking about roiling, I think, in response.
Yeah, and he did. He
See?
activated
Yep.
the roiling, which I like. I think you want to do it before the fetch land resolves, just because.
Yeah, Aiden plays Vern very well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've had him up several times as a featured player.
Yes, we
and he
have.
always does quite.
Yep.
He always
Yep.
plays very well.
Ooh, take taking some damage off of this
Is-
land.
Fire Blast legal in
It is
Modern?
not. That card is
No?
in Visions.
Oh, but I didn't know if it had been reprinted since then. I mean, like,
God, no.
they do weird stuff.
Collins is right here. You can't get him that excited.
You're naming all these cards that I wish that I could play.
Right? So good.
Yeah.
Fire Blast is legal in Cube.
Ooh,
In case you know.
Yeah, so there's a veto.
Yeah, in case
We
you want
have
to join
cookies
us.
and Fire Blast.
A classic, take an extra 2 damage to prevent 3.
Yep.
So Roiling
Oh,
Vortex
man.
is gone for the turn.
We're at 4.
4.
And I believe there is a Skullcrack in the hand.
Yeah, Skullcrack Roiling Vortex is a good strategy.
That is a combination of cards for sure. All right, and I know that there's a Solitude waiting in the wings, but there's no other creature that we could gain life off of. So I think that this Boros Charm is just gonna be lights out.
So Solitude pitch. Get as many cards as you can from your opponent before you kill them.
Yeah.
What's
Reveal.
your record there? Like most number of cards in hand that you've killed somebody? Like,
Well,
It's got to be 7.
7?
in burn or in what?
Yeah, in Burn.
Oh, in
right?
Burn?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably a lot. My favorite matchup used to be Blue-White Control versus Burn from
Yep.
the Burn side. And the games would play pretty similar to this, where we would just play Drago forever.
Boros Charm
there's
on
the
the
Boros
stack
Charm.
and a
Boros
concession. All right.
So Burn takes it down.
Oh my god, so that's a great 2-1 game. Really exciting. Really exciting.
Not to Omnath did win the first game very quickly.
Yes, very, very decisively.
Yeah, Omnath doing Omnath things.
But like we said, that is the way, the only way the 4-color deck wins.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because, right, we can take this game as an example of, we tried to do a lot of other things, and they just didn't come up well enough. So,
Should Kevin be like really aggressively mulliganing there, or is there a
Well,
card
he
economy
might have been.
eventually?
So one of the cool parts about Weather the Storm
Yeah.
is that it's not enough to beat Burn by itself. It's very strong against Burn.
Yeah.
But in that game where you're not pressuring your opponent, they'll just eventually draw enough Burn spells to counteract it. What it's trying to do is you're gaining a bunch of life with Weather the Storm to draw into an Omnath and play it.
Yeah.
And then Omnath will win you the game because that's a multiple every
Oh.
turn.
All
gaining
right.
4 life.
So that's our first match here at the Gathering Place of Modern. That was really exciting, you guys.
a classic modern matchup.
Aiden takes it again.
Aiden takes it again.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
All right, well, we will be back with Game 2 at some point. I'm not getting an audio feed
Whenever the
just
next
yet,
round
but
starts.
whenever the next
Yeah.
round starts, and we'll get some good new players out there.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what else we have in this field.
Yeah.
We saw the Burn, we saw the Omnath. I think that there's going to be a couple of other exciting decks that I would love to see piloted.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah.
I'm a sadist, and I still want to see Lantern Control, but that's probably literally just me.
Is there a Lantern Control?
I don't
waiting
even
in the
know if it's possible.
It's
Like,
legal. I don't
it's-
think it's playable.
Well, it's playable, right?
wings? Yeah, I'm not so sure, but
Yeah.
we'll see. Are we going to be covering in between rounds?
All right, welcome back to here in the Gathering Place. We're playing Modern, and we have match 2. Really interesting match. What do you guys think so far?
I am really excited about this match because I am going to be asking Lee what a lot of these cards do.
This is going to be some nonsense, you guys.
We've got one of the, one of the main decks of Modern, Indomitable Creativity.
Yep.
And on the other side, we have Martyr Proc.
Yep.
I think we lost the procs. I think we're just Martyr now.
It's just Martyr?
We're just white Martyr. So we've got Maxime on Martyr, and we've got Chris on Creativity. Maxime has written down his top 3 cards, and number 1, I had, Lee had to look up just a moment ago. It's Abiding Grace.
So here we are into the game. Emiria the Skyruin, the first land. Not messing around with bringing these Martyr of Sands back.
Oh yeah, we're bringing some Martyrs back. We're going to be gaining a lot of life.
So if you're not familiar with how the Martyr deck plays, Martyr of Sands is a 1-drop, just a little guy. You can sack her and
Squadron Hawk.
this little guy.
This is to put white cards in your hand.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
when you sack a Martyr, you can reveal any number of white cards, and you gain triple the amount of white cards you revealed that way.
I
It's 3 times.
Is it 3
white
times?
cards.
Yeah, so triple checks out.
Yeah.
So you just gain so much life, and then you bring the Martyr back with Abiding Grace. It used to be Proclamation of Rebirth. I don't think
Yeah.
you usually play that anymore. Samiria the Skyruin as a card that brings cards back. You just gain so much life, and eventually you end the game. I think usually with Sarah Ascendant, something like that. You can lock people out with Kami of False Hope and Abiding Grace 2. That's a fog, a Spore Frog, if you know what that is. You can just sack it to prevent all combat damage.
Yeah.
Another card that Maxime has written down is Eidolon of False Hope.
I think that's supposed to be Kami of False Hope. Eidolon, False Hope,
Kami
I don't
of
think is a
False
card.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Kami of False Hope. And what does Kami of False Hope do?
That's the card that prevents combat
Okay,
damage.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
If Eidolon of False Hope is a card, maybe we'll see this match. But I think it's supposed to be Kami of False Hope.
We'll
Fair
see
enough.
some art that surprises
They're both
everybody,
spirits,
I guess.
you know?
Yeah.
Could be.
Ooh, here's the Field of Ruin.
Field of Ruin is it's interesting in this matchup. I think usually there are some number of mountains, but not a ton of mountains.
Right.
Yeah, how
One
many
or two.
basics does creativity really run?
I want to say just one.
One? Jeez.
Just one basic mountain. So if
See,
there are going to be multiple
I
Field of Ruins,
I
that could
like
be a
this
problem.
strategy from Chris. He looks at a card that costs 3 mana, probably has never played against it before, and is like, that seems important. I'm going to get rid of that.
When you spend 3 mana on
Yeah.
this card, I'll spend 2 to get rid of it.
Yeah.
It sounds like a deal. Land drop.
Now, what is creativity's...
Not
Undo.
Creativity doesn't really have, like, a threat getting pressured from...
It's kind of similar to the Omnath
Martyr.
deck we saw prior.
Yeah.
Like, they play Ren and 6, Teferi, there's Teferi,
Yep.
bounce back to Squadron Hawk.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of trying to draw the game out. They usually
Yeah.
play a bunch of Spell Pierces and stuff like that. To eventually hit 4 mana. The 4th is going to be a Dwarven Mine, ideally. That makes a token. Then you creativity the token away into a giant creature from your deck. And that's
Yeah.
typically going to be an Archon of Cruelty.
Okay.
Yeah. And I believe that Chris is on the Archon version.
He's written it down.
Yeah, he's written it down.
Yeah, number 2, Archon of Cruelty. Okay, that is another Field of Ruin.
That is another Field of Ruin, yes.
Oh my god.
So
Is this functionally death and taxes plus life gain? I mean, there's no
Yeah.
taxation,
They're-
really.
You're not
but-
nearly as aggressive as something like Death and Taxes is trying to be.
Yeah.
You're really, like, look at it's Squadron Hawk, a Death and Taxes
Squadron
card.
Hawk.
Not really.
Death and Taxes usually tries to do a little better than 2-on-1s on
Yeah.
turn 4, but yeah, this deck doesn't really care about pressure. It just cares about getting white cards in your hand and showing them to your opponent.
Yep. Gaining
Look at my white
10,000
cards.
life.
Look at them.
Yeah.
Look at the cards.
And it can be hard for creativity to chew through, 100 extra life,
Right.
which sounds like hyperbole, but I'm probably lowballing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys play Standard during Cawblade?
Yes.
Yeah. Squadron Hawk's really messed up when you make it an actual creature.
Yeah, when you can
But
put some
there's-
of them back into your deck
Yeah.
for value, that's just really incredible.
But I imagine that this white Martyr deck is probably not excited to see Planeswalkers on the other side, because that's something that having an
You can always attack them. It looks like Chris is just taking the Squadron Hawks out.
Yeah.
good. good.
Not interested.
I think, yeah, in an effort to protect this Teferi.
Because you got to think, like, what are you really using the Leyline Binding on that isn't Abiding Grace out of this deck? Because all the creatures either do something when they come into play, like Threadwood Inspector, or you sacrifice them immediately for value, like Martyr of Sands.
Yeah.
So, like, these Leyline Bindings have very few targets that you're willing to do. So you just got to take your spot whenever you can see one.
Yep. Do you imagine that's going to be one of those cards that's going to come out in the sideboard?
It's too flexible, and hitting Abiding Grace is very strong. It also can hit their win condition, like Sarah Ascendant, usually.
Yeah.
I'm not up to date on all the comings and goings of the Martyr decks. It's not played very much.
What does 40 life give to you?
So I don't know what other cards they win with nowadays. Could be Righteous Valkyrie, something like that. But
There was a card printed 1,000 years ago. It might not be modern legal, but if you had 20 more life, I think it was Felidar Sovereign.
Oh, the 6-mana card?
Yeah.
That's
like,
certainly
just
not going to be
gain
in his deck. It's just too much
game.
mana.
Yeah,
like,
it's too much.
it should win the game if you have, like, 40 or more life, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a lot.
That I wish they played it, because then they'd win the game faster.
Right.
But
They
do
might
not.
be in for a long one. Yeah. Yeah, so we do see a Field of Ruin activated, or Field of Ruin equivalent.
To get a very pretty mountain.
Yeah, that is
How
a
do
good
you
one.
guys feel about basic lands in your decks? I mean, like they're
They're excellent.
they're excellent, right? Like they can't be destroyed by nonsense cards, and they come into play untapped.
You gotta have some.
And they don't
Yeah.
deal damage to you.
Yeah.
And they don't deal damage to you.
I love a good painless mana source.
Yeah,
My favorite is seeing like one basic on the sideboard every now and then.
yeah, that's very cool.
So that's a Scalding Tarn from Chris there.
I do see a creativity, and I'm wondering if it is important in this spot to go ahead and crack these fetch lines for the Dwarven Mines right now. Because if we just pass here, we're opening ourselves up to getting Field of Ruined off of our mountain count, and then all of a sudden, our Dwarven Mines just aren't going to be doing what they need to do.
Can you get Field of Ruin off your mountain count? If you crack a fetch one at a time?
That's true. It could be one at a time. So yeah, I do think that's fine.
So you can have this Teferi die, and Chris still has access to just casting creativity this turn,
Right.
if he wants to, because Teferi lets you cast it at instant speed.
Yeah,
So I think, Chris is doing the one at a time mountains.
20 to 13. For a deck that's running presumably for Martyr of Sands, we're seeing a relatively low life total out
Yeah,
of Maxine.
we haven't seen the Martyrs yet.
Yep.
And that is kind of one of the dangers.
And
of,
you got to understand, most of the damage that has been dealt to Chris has been dealt by Chris.
By Chris.
Right. He's fetching. He's shocking. There's some 1-power creatures. It's all right.
So what's the big turn for creativity? Is it always?
I think we're about to.
We're
Yeah,
about to
it's,
see
it's
it.
right here. I think
Right
it's
here.
when this
Yeah.
Archon comes down, makes a creature die. 2 Archons could come down even.
Yeah.
What are the cool things about Martyr proc? I don't know the version exactly. I don't know the version exactly, but some of the Martyr decks, maybe this is just in the sideboard, typically can play a ton of Wrath of Gods,
Yes.
which is something to watch out for because you have a limited number of creativities and Archons.
Yeah. So we see Chris make 2 dwarves and then immediately destroy them, and we're gonna see probably 2 Archons here. Time to flip.
You're the man, Preston.
Flip, flip, flip. Woo-hoo. There's number 1. Okay, keep going.
I always enjoy watching people flip because we've got kind of 2 types of flippers. We've got the cautious flippers. we
Fast
have
flippers and
we've
slow
got the fast
flippers.
flippers. Yeah. Chris is a fast flipper.
Yeah.
He flips fast.
What's your method?
Try to strike a balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to see that extra card. I'm always afraid of seeing that extra card.
I'm typically a faster flipper.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're familiar with the art, like you have to have good heuristics for
If
just
it's
finding
distinct
whatever
in your deck.
One of the cool
Yeah.
things about playing Cascade decks is that all the Cascade cards are available in Retro Frame.
Yeah.
So I actually try to play Retro Frame Cascade cards and how all the other cards in my deck are not. So I can flip to it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
that's a good heuristic way to skip there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Archon comes into play. We're going to be sacrificing 2 creatures.
Keeping
Chris
Teferi alive.
Chris is going to be gaining 6 life. Maxime is going to be losing 6 life. We're going to be discarding 2 cards. A lot of stuff is happening.
Yeah, I think 2 Skyclave Apparitions just hit the bin because what is that card going to exile anytime
Right.
soon? Like,
Yeah.
we can hit Teferi, but that seems not important.
Yeah. So a Wrath would be pretty punishing here for Chris. Just being able to kind of immediately answer these Archons, which is part of why I would have considered just like taking the damage and doing this end
Right.
step.
And here's a... I wish I remember the name of this, but this is a 2-mana Path to Exile that has Overload.
Yes.
So if Chris has another mountain, he can get it here. Otherwise, this is going to be a disappointing library search.
How many Archons is it? Just
4.
4?
4 Archons.
I believe that Chris is borrowing this deck for tonight, so he doesn't probably know that he's got only one mountain in his deck.
Yeah, well, now he does.
But now he does.
This is another Abiding Grace.
All right.
That can bring back a 3-bit Inspector, which is the only legal target right now.
Yeah.
And that happens during the end step.
During the end step.
Yes.
Fascinating. Okay, so we get a clue. We're going to lose our Thraven Inspector to a attack here.
Uh-oh. We lost the life counter on the phone.
We did lose the life counter a
but we
little
do still
bit.
have it on a stream. It's just whether or not it's up to date.
Okay, fair enough.
It should be up to date because that's
It's usually
6
up to
damage
date.
there.
It's usually up to
yeah.
date.
All right, so natural Dwarven Might from hand.
Making a dwarf.
Making a dwarf. Attacking. Doing all of the triggers. Attack that, discard a card, draw a card.
Archon of Cruelty is a very fun card when you have it in play. And you're the person controlling it.
Yeah.
If this life total is accurate and before damage we are at 11,
11
I
to
think
21.
another creativity for X's2 is going to be able to close the game out. Because, yeah, we're going down to 5, or... Yeah, we're going down to 5 here. We can go ahead and creativity both of our creatures away, and that's going to be another 2 Archon triggers for 6 damage.
Yep. If he has a creativity in hand, he should probably
He
cast
should probably do it. He might be fancy to do it on his opponent's turn, but
I think that's
we're
wrong.
just going to do it right
Just-
now.
Your opponent's tapped out. They can't do anything. Just
Yeah.
get your Archons in play.
2 more Archons.
Do you make your
Yeah!
opponent show you the Archons?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, they could be in their hand, and if one of them was in hand, then this wouldn't work as a play.
right.
Sometimes you're on like the LSV deck, 0 win conditions, and just hope that your opponent
yeah, just give
concedes.
that scoop.
2.
There they are.
I did overhear a Gabriel and Nassif story from this past Pro Tour
Oh, yeah?
where he was playing Living End,
Yeah.
and he had all of the Living Ends in his hand, but he cast a Cascade spell in an attempt to prompt a concession, but his opponent was wise to it and said, show me.
Yeah.
And he said, can't do that.
I'm going to scoop now.
You got me. Yeah. So, just show me.
Yeah.
It'll take another 10 seconds maybe.
All right, so that's game 1 going to creativity.
Yeah. And, I think that creativity's ability to really close the game out really quickly like that is going to be a big boon.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing about the mono way deck is you're trying to stall your opponent forever until they can no longer win.
Yeah.
And creativity can be vulnerable to that. Like, creativity needs to really think about the Wrath situation. If Chris had gotten Wrath there during that main phase, the game's different by a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to go on here in terms of sideboarding? Like, I honestly don't know what to expect out of White Martyr. The last time I saw that was when Cold Snap was
There's
legal.
a lot of very good white creatures that act as hate cards that you could be playing in your deck. Containment Priest is a really good one.
Oh, sure.
Which stops Archons from entering the battlefield.
Yeah.
Wrath of Gods or some variant thereof, I would expect. We already saw Winds of something. I cannot remember the full name of the card. That's the Path to Exile that was played. That acts as a single target with spell and a Wrath, provided you can overload it.
The color white in Modern has always been really known for having excellent sideboard cards.
Yeah.
So I think that it is. I don't know what is going to be in Maxine's sideboard.
It's
but
gonna be good.
I imagine it's going to be good and relevant. Chris, on the other hand, is probably going to be struggling to find cards for this matchup. This is not a matchup that you're going to be prepared for. So
We also we didn't see a single martyr in that game.
we did not. Yeah.
Yeah.
The titular card, and we didn't see any of them.
Yeah.
But we saw a lot of white cards.
We
That's,
did.
You know, that's kind of like
That's indicative.
It's kind of what the deck is.
Thing going on.
We saw some things that indicate that there were martyrs. We
Squadron Hawk being
Yes.
the big one.
Squadron Hawk mainly, Thraven Inspector, Abiding Grace. But yeah, you really do need the martyrs to turn that into a snowball.
I like that we can kind of hear what they're saying.
I can hear their tone of voice. It's hard for me to make out the words they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Closed caption, go.
The audience might be a little better at picking up on things. It's pretty loud in this room for us casters.
Does
There's a lot of
anybody
people
play
here
like
having fun.
any actual ley lines anymore, or have they just mostly?
So
fallen
there
off?
are occasionally Leyline of the Void. Is
Yeah.
the main one.
Yeah.
That's just as like a graveyard hate piece. And then Leyline of Sanctity sees some play in certain situations. I think Living End played Leyline of Sanctity for a little bit. as
Mostly
like an-
combo decks.
Yeah.
One will
Yeah.
play Leyland
like
of
an
Sanctity.
anti-Thoughtseize strategy of like, I'm really susceptible to you Thoughtseizing me, so I'll just play this card that prevents that from happening.
All right, so we
Alright.
have the game 2.
Game 2, you get to look at some 7s.
There's a martyr. I see a martyr.
Ooh,
That's the
baby.
card. I think that in this matchup, Martyr isn't really the card that you're looking for anymore. I think that you're really looking for those sideboard cards.
Yes. Martyr is just what allows your engine to go. Like, it's a card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't really need to have your engine going. You just need to stop what creativity is doing, because they're actually trying to kill you.
Yeah.
In contrast to the Omnath deck from before, which was like trying to play a long game.
Trying to not die.
That's probably a matchup in which Martyr would really shine, because if you're trying to play a long game against the Martyr deck, they're prepared to play forever.
Yeah.
They're buckled in.
Creativity, though, they just want to kill you. And there's a couple of creatures they can board in to make that a little easier. Without even necessarily boarding out the Archons, you can board in Elishnorn, Mother of Machines, that's an option. Emrakul is solid, because it takes their board away.
Yeah.
Just options that Chris has, other than just like normal, a disenchant here or there to kill with Biting Grace or something like that.
Do you mean the Living End or Aeon's Torn?
The Living End?
What? Ridiculous.
No way.
Ridiculous. Back in my day.
Back in my day. So Chris looks like he's considering, and he's going to keep this 6. Ooh, we've got a green splash happening over here. I wonder
Is
what
that just a
is.
Horizon Canopy?
I think that is a Temple Garden.
Yeah, that's a Temple Garden.
That's Temple Garden? Okay.
I don't know what the green splash is for. We'll find out together.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see a green card.
Could be Collected Company, could be sideboard cards.
Ooh, okay, Collect Company. Well,
All right.
I wonder if we can spot one as he goes through his deck and finds 3.
I mean, there's an
or less.
Orvar right there, right on top.
Orvar, okay.
That's the card you can discard to Archon of Cruelty in order to create your own Archon of Cruelty, make them sacrifice theirs. It's a potent sideboard card against creativity. If they're doing it for 1.
Yeah.
If they're doing it for 2, it's a little awkward.
Yeah. Orvar, one of those very specific matchup cards.
Yes.
This one is for creativity.
Now both players kept their 7 here.
I think that also might
that's
be an
great.
Orvar in hand. That's the only card I associate with that Kaldheim border. It's hard to tell the color of it. It could be a green card I don't recognize, but my bet is that it's Orvar.
Yeah.
The All form. I don't remember its title.
I really enjoyed Kaldheim. I thought it played really well, but I don't know about how it played in Constructed. It was a fun limited format at least.
Kaldheim was largely forgettable for me.
It was just
It
like,
did ruin Modern for 2 whole weeks, which
Oh,
was
no.
incredible.
Yeah.
In what way?
Tybalt's Trickery was a deck for 2 weeks.
Oh,
Yeah.
that one.
And
Okay.
the Cascade rules didn't function the same, so you could Cascade into Tybalt, the
Yeah.
Cosmic Compositor.
Yeah.
Which was just game over for like every deck in Modern.
Yeah.
So the format quickly hybridized into increasingly anti-Valky decks.
Oh no.
And it was just a mess. It's the quickest a card has been banned from Modern.
Yeah. Faster than Oko?
Yep. Oko took 2 months.
I played
Wait,
Oko for 2
Watsy?
months.
God,
Yeah.
Watsy? Oko took 2 months.
Oh, man.
We already have a Thraben Inspector and Renin 6 out here.
Yeah, we got some early permanents going on.
Yeah.
I think a Fable is about to come down too.
Yeah.
One of the really strong cards. Ooh, does Chris have a mountain in his hand? That would not be a good draw. Oh, he does.
All right, you probably don't want to play that one. Just to, not tip your opponent off that.
They have a strip
Field
mine
of
in
Ruin,
play.
yeah.
Strip mine in play. Please no.
It's even better than a strip mine. They get their own land.
Oh yeah.
They get their own land.
Strip mine, but I keep mine. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder what Chris is deciding on. I can't quite make out his hand, but there is a Fable.
He's figuring out what land he wants to get here. I imagine that he's playing a Fable here. I don't think that a Teferi would be that impressive on this board state.
And I don't think you go for creativity right here either.
Creativity for 0?
Oh yeah, that wouldn't be very good.
I was going to say, I don't recognize the art of the thing on the left, and then I read the logo in this Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
What Martyr card is this one?
Yeah.
I don't recognize Yu-Gi-Oh cards, unfortunately. I'm gonna say it's at least a 4-word title
Probably.
card.
Yeah,
Because
maybe-
that's like
maybe-
most Yu-Gi-Oh cards I see are like 4 words, 5 words, probably a made-up thing somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Maybe a Roman numeral at the end.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I can't say bad things about anything that ends with like a Mark IV.
Right. Yeah, it's Mark IV.
Yeah.
What saga is he playing here?
So this is Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Fable Mirror. Okay.
Wow,
He's-
Preston has a Goblin Shaman token. Those are hard to get.
Those are hard to find. He's going to get a Goblin Shaman. Next turn, he's going to be able to filter his hand, and then the turn after, he gets Kiki Jiki.
Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Yes. Not quite as impressive as Kiki Jiki, but still pretty good.
That's very good, yeah.
If you can copy an Archon, feels nice.
Yeah, you're doing good for yourself, I'd say.
Have you guys been playing since like Birthing Pod and that era?
I've been playing for a lot longer than Collins has.
When
I've been
did you
playing
start
since about,
playing Modern, at least?
Birthing Bod was banned about 6 months into me starting to play the game.
Yeah.
I started playing around Theros, original Theros.
Ooh.
Like
Modern or Magic?
just the game. Yeah, all of it.
Original Theros, baby.
I know, yeah.
Little baby.
It's only been 10 years.
More, I think, right?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know. Anything past like Urza Saga is baby stuff.
Yes, that's fair.
Yeah, so I don't think Maxim did anything on his turn, just passed it back to Chris.
Yeah.
This could be indicative of something that's played at instant speed, like a Containment Priest. Or just simply cracking the clue because you don't have anything to do.
That's great value though. Like if you can hold up mana and represent something that's
It's going to be something, right?
Because
otherwise there's a Squadron Hawk, which
Yeah.
is a very unimpactful card, but could have been played.
Right.
Yeah.
And, Squadron Hawk, I mean, there's definitely something that he wants to do over the Squadron Hawk because you can double block the Goblin with your Squadron Hawk and the 1/2. So it looks like we were going for Expressive Iteration.
I couldn't see the card that was picked there, but there's a Lightning Bolt that looks like it's about to get chosen.
Yeah.
Nope. Yep. Okay, so land in hand, I think. Lightning Bolt to the table.
Yeah, Ren and 6 to the bottom.
You gotta keep that one face up there, buddy.
Land in play now.
Yeah, that's a blood. What is that card?
It's a fetch land.
I thought it's a blood
It's being
crypt.
exiled? Okay, because he hasn't played it yet. Oh, he's
It
choosing
chooses not to play the
Okay,
land, yeah.
got it.
There we go.
Interesting.
I'm fairly sure that's a blood crypt though, back there. It's just a spacey one.
Yeah. Okay, so attempting to go to combat, and it looks like we're gonna get Stone Ring here.
Revealed that I don't have a mountain in my. I don't have a mountain.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So one of the cool things about Field of Ruin is that you're forced to search your deck.
Right.
It
You
was
must shuffle.
it was fixed in Field of Demolition from Brothers War, I think. But this one you have to shuffle. So
have to shuffle.
You have to shuffle. Chris knew
good.
the bottom card for Expressive Iteration, so had to shuffle.
Yeah. Failed to find.
Treasure token on the way from this Goblin Shaman attack.
Now, what's Creativity's game plan in this position here?
You probably, I mean, I think that the card that Chris wants to find the most is just creativity here.
Yeah.
Being able to, like, close the door. I don't know what kind of late game engines this Martyr deck has access to, but that's what I would be scared of. So I want to get this game over with as fast as possible.
Yeah. Presumably you have something. I mean, if you're gonna go through the effort of gaining potentially 40 life, like do something with it.
Yeah, and I think that the reason that we passed up on this Blood Crypt is the Spell Pierce that I'm spotting in hand from Chris.
Ooh, not Field of Ruin again. It's very tempting to just Field of Ruin your opponent again.
Yeah.
Once you've spotted that they do not have a land.
I think that the reason why that might not be the best choice is because of this Goblin token. This Goblin token, just like adding treasures to the board, is kind of balancing out the fact that we're, losing our land drops. This 3-mana Spectre is getting in there.
So if Chris has or draws a creativity, he can do it for 2 next turn, which plays around Orvar.
Yes.
And it has the reflection of Kiki Jiki even, so that would, going long, prompt Maxim to have to remove the reflection off the table or the Archon.
Does it play around Orvar?
You get rid of one of your Archons, but you have another one.
What if they choose
and
to
then they can
discard it on
attack.
the second?
I'm saying.
Okay. And then they attack, right?
Yeah, they attack and you have to sacrifice something. But you get to get another treasure token from the thing, and you do it with 2 treasures and sacrifice the goblin.
Yeah.
So we just
kind of what I was
saw
saying.
Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt going after...
Which conveniently gives a creature, too.
Yeah. Lightning Bolt destroying this creature, getting a creature back. It's not quite the same as a Wrenn and 6, but it might even be better.
You can't creativity a Wrenn and 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're trying to just put the pressure on here, so just an additional attacker is really nice.
So there's a really, really black reflection of Kiki Jiki. It's like a reflection of Kiki Jiki if you were a vampire.
Yeah. Or like Torment Kiki Jiki, right? Everything is a black card.
Yeah.
There's a creativity in hand, so attack from the Goblin Shaman token, get the treasure, and the illusion too. Why not? I do think Chris needs to leave a creature in play here because of the Orvar situation.
Right. So we're thinking access to destroy a treasure token and just this illusion would probably be the best choice.
Yeah, I don't think you want to do it for 3, even though you could, because you could run out of creatures.
Yeah.
You don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
You have to force them to deal with your existing cards before they can just answer a bunch in one go.
And depending on... Okay, so we are going to go for 3. Okay, interesting. We've got some responses here. Solitude, Exile, our bird.
The reflection.
I'm gonna
Get rid of the reflection.
Okay, so now it's 2. And I think that this is actually going to work out really well for Maxine.
Yeah, it is.
So we're going to see 2 Archons here. We'll let Chris flip through his deck.
These have been some really, really long games. Like,
Yeah.
we went straight from round 1 into round 2.
So there's
pretty
number
much.
1.
It was crazy.
There's number 2. Okay, so the first one, we should discard a non-Orvar.
A non-Orvar card, yes.
And we shuffle the whole deck, right?
Yeah, you shuffle the whole deck. It's
Alright.
very weird.
It's not quite Cascade. It's kind of like Cascade. So, okay, to the first discard, we should discard something else. Good.
Martyr's
Okay, so
a
there's
great
the Martyr.
discard, yeah.
And then to the second one, we're going to be... okay, we're just clarifying where we are.
Chris needs to draw his card before the discard of the second one needs to happen.
Yeah.
I'm
then-
struggling to see a game plan here for Maxime.
So this Orvar...
Is that an Orvar? Because it did not come into play. Usually that one comes into play.
Well, does it... I think it just creates a token.
You're right.
Orvar is
Yeah.
going to create a token that is a copy of one of these Archons.
Okay.
And that's the special ability of this Orvar when it is discarded. He's illustrating it now.
Gotcha,
So it's going to
gotcha.
create an Archon. Chris is going to have to discard one or lose one of his Archons, and then Maxime is going to be able to untap here
And just attack.
and make Chris lose the other Archon. So all of a sudden, Maxime is up and
So Chris does have a treasure token. Well, maybe he doesn't. I think he cracked them all.
I think that he cracked them all so to do X's3.
Okay.
And he's going to be discarding his Spell Pierce.
Now, how do you guys feel about land organization? Do you have a strong opinion?
No, my lands are just kind of all over the place.
Lands in front.
Lands in front.
That's my
You
strong
worship
opinion.
Satan! What are you doing?
I've never ever seen you play lands in front.
Okay, some Collins lore here. There was a moment where I was a lands in front player.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
It didn't last very long, but I have to chalk up to it.
You probably got at least one game win out of that.
Maybe.
You probably
I
did.
don't know. I feel like I started winning a lot more when I stopped doing that. but
Yeah.
maybe that's just learning.
So I play a lot of combat decks, right?
Yeah.
So typically I don't have creatures in play to distinguish between lands in front and lands and not in front.
Yeah.
And I'll typically put my only land or lands as high as possible in front of my playmat and just rest on the table.
This area is for my land.
Yeah.
This area is for,
For my elbows.
So that's how I manage my lands.
Yeah, that's a good organizational format.
Lands in front of elbows. Yeah. What's a creature? I couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they usually come to play pretty late, you know.
Yeah.
So that one was a quick win for Maxim. After the Archon of Cruelty token wins that exchange, it would have been really hard for Chris to play around that. You just had to have been really patient.
Yeah.
Because Solitude plus an Orvar is pretty difficult hurdle to jump through.
Yeah. I think that just two Archons would have been similar in state,
Right.
where it becomes only one Archon, and then there's the Archon that you get in response. So yeah, I think that Orvar was just kind of Orvar plus Solitude in particular was lights out for
Yeah.
this.
It's hard not to go for it because of
Tanner,
the...
how is it that we're going to end up with, like, all of our games are going to be 3 games? How's that possible? Did you guys bribe somebody? It's
must
crazy.
have
We're going to see so much magic today.
It's scripted, actually.
We're
all
going
of
to see so
today.
much magic
Yeah,
today.
we've actually written the script.
Oh,
Don't-
seriously?
You can't reveal that.
So, like, when is it that
Also,
that it's
the
revealed
shuffler
that it's
is
WWE and that, like, somebody is pregnant with somebody's
well,
baby
it's just
or something
it's just
like
an
that?
open secret. You don't actually talk about it.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. Yeah.
We're breaking all the rules.
Oh no. They're gonna come after us.
Oh,
Capital
yeah.
T, they.
They're coming
T.
after us. Okay, so it looks like do we have a resolved mulligan already for Maxime? He's kept
Yeah.
7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Chris is resolving.
Honestly,
the
Martyr
mulligan
is one
here.
of those decks where your 7s are pretty indistinguishable from each other. Like, you definitely have key cards, but a lot of your deck is just redundancy.
Yeah.
So you just keep most of your 7s.
Yeah. I was talking about how White has access to the most powerful sideboard cards, and we did see a powerful sideboard card win this second game, but it was not a white card. It was a blue
It
card.
barely had a color.
Yeah.
Whenever decks get labeled in tournament results, like by their colors, it's very annoying when a deck has Orvar in the sideboard and it's the
Oh,
only
yeah.
blue card.
I'm
It's like,
playing-
you know,
I'm playing blue, white
X-blue,
Martyr.
X-blue Martyr. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not what's going on here, guys.
Yeah.
And where's your blue sources? No comment.
No
How,
comment.
how do you guys feel about, like, Mental Misstep? Is that one of those cards that needs to be banned in order
Yes.
for Modern to function?
Mental misstep. Yes. I
Yes.
think that mental
That
misstep
one
is too
specifically
powerful.
too
Yeah.
powerful.
It's not only too powerful, it's too cannibalizing to the format.
Yeah.
Like, the best answer to Mental Misstep happens to be Mental
Mental
Misstep.
Misstep.
And then
Yeah.
everyone's playing it, and you
Yeah.
can't play. It's really hard to play one-drops.
Yeah, and then you're just playing a 56 card deck
Yeah,
every single
I
time.
think that one drops are a bit too crucial to modern existing.
Yeah.
So
Every format, really. Like, it's banned in all the formats except Vintage, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And Vintage is, everything goes.
Vintage is nonsense. It's like great nonsense, but it's nonsense.
mental misstep is restricted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, it's not. It's as legal as it can be in
It's-
Vintage.
right.
yeah. There's still a ban list for Vintage.
Just Shazarad and the Dexterity cards, I
There's
believe.
like 30
And the
anti-cards.
anti-cards,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's like 30 anti-cards that are banned.
Anti-cards are not really part of the game you can support.
You take that back. I will steal your cards in a game of Magic.
Oh, I was watching the Receivables a little while ago, and one of the old tournament rules is you if your opponent agreed to it in a tournament, you could play for ante, but if your deck became illegal because you lost cards for ante, you
Oh, no.
you were kicked out of the tournament. You were
Oh my
disqualified.
god! Oh my god!
Wait, so you it's just single elimination at that point, right?
If your opponent agrees to play for anti.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the spirit.
Tournaments weren't anti by default.
Could you not anti cards that were not presented
You had to anti a card in your deck.
Yeah.
in your deck?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Have you ever played with anti rules? Ever? It's awful. Don't ever do it.
I've also never played for anti. I came into the game way after that was a thing you could do.
Yeah.
But I remember reading the rules when I was like starting the game because I didn't have anyone to play with. I was just like learning the game on my own. So I'm just like reading the rules, and there's like an entire section on anti, and I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel real.
Ridiculous. All right, so we are in game 3. We've got a Squadron Hawk down out of Maxime, and the game is rolling.
Yeah, Maxime really loving these Squadron Hawks.
Yeah,
I believe
every single
that
time.
is turn 2 play.
It's his
all
companion.
games. Yeah, it's with him always.
It's almost like he's got like a constructed deck with a 4x of this card in it. I mean,
I know, it's crazy.
It's nuts.
A little turn 3 expressive iteration from
Yeah,
Chris.
I think that there was. I think that this is just looking for that land drop because I think that there was a potential for a turn 3 Fable here, which would have been really good. But missing that land drop means that we have to look for it. And luckily we found one. It would have been pretty difficult otherwise, but going to make this land drop. Any 1 mana spells we're holding up here doesn't look like it. So we're just going to be tap and pass here.
It's also kind of hard to shock and leave open a spell pierce because if you do that, if you shock and go, Maximus just not going to play Biting Grace. You just play a creature.
Yeah.
You've got 2 more Squadron Hawks in your hand at least.
Yeah. Attack for 1, pass.
This could be a Field of Ruin.
Could be
Hey,
Field of Ruin
it's
representation.
Isaac. Hey, Isaac. How's it going? Yeah.
We're just watching Martyr.
We can still be friendly.
It looks like we drew a.
Is that just a fairy?
I think that we drew a land here, which is pretty good. But I still don't know if we're just gonna go for it. Yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
we're
looks
gonna
like he's
play
going
this
it.
fairy here.
Yep. Do you guys remember when Planeswalkers were introduced?
Theros. He's a Theros boy.
Yeah, okay. Do you remember when Planeswalkers were introduced?
Yeah, I drafted Lorwyn.
Yeah. Is anything from original Lorwyn blocks still, like, modern playable?
That's a good question.
Flamekin Arbiters he's played occasionally.
Yeah, occasionally.
Some of the Evoke cards. No, most of the good ones are from Modern Horizons now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Those cards were not good.
Cryptic Command was really good when Mystic Sanctuary was legal, but it's not.
Yeah.
Thank God.
That one was good for a long time.
Yeah. But triple blue means that, like, you know what's going on here.
So it's really hard to Field of Ruin off of a Dwarven Mine because it triggers upon entering the battlefield untapped.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is a different thing than like Valakut triggers off of the number of mountains you have.
Ooh, that was quite the draw step here for Maxime.
Was that an
Drawing
Orvar?
The Orvar.
Yeah. I wonder if Chris will learn from the last game and just kind of try to play slower, just play out Fables and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't super favor him going very long, but if he goes mid-game and then tries to combo with some protection, it could get him there.
Yeah.
I think that the recipe of Teferi plus creativity is important for playing around Orvar because the most punishing thing about Orvar is that you have to pass the turn to your opponent and then they get the first attack with the Archon.
Yes.
But if you can put multiple Archons in their end step, even if they get their Orvar Archon, you can attack it down and they can lose it. It looks like we are pretty stuck on lands over here, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, Fable of the Mirror coming down to make a Goblin Shaman.
We have 4 lands to 4 lands right now. Like,
Yeah.
people are making progress in regards to resource development.
Yeah, the problem with Chris, though, is that most of his deck is
The game's not really just about matching
Right.
whatever your opponent has. It's about needing the mana that your deck needs to function. And Chris is limited on that pretty
Yeah.
significantly. Against the deck, conversely, with all 1-drops in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we see, pretty importantly, this Teferi being taken care of here. This eliminates the ability for Chris to be able to do an in-step play.
Just a
okay, so
Doomblade there.
No basic
Wow.
land to find anymore.
Yeah, which Maxim knows, of course.
Yeah.
Leyline Binding's not bad, because that at least does take out the Auravar, take care of the Auravar.
Right.
This is what terrifies me about Constructed in particular, is that, like, in Limited, basically, if you have an on-color non-basic, you run it without any question. In Constructed, there really is that concern in regards to, like, number of basic lands,
Yeah.
that you do need to have something
Surprisingly relevant.
surprisingly relevant.
Yeah, it's the most relevant against white decks, to be
Yes,
honest.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Path to Exile type effects going on.
Yep.
And we did find a Blood Crypt, it looks like. So we will be able to make a land drop here. Probably playing another Fable. I like the plan of just trying to bury our opponent in these Fables for now.
Value.
Yes. Lots of value. Play a Fable, get our token? Get our
Yeah.
token.
Not
There it is.
representing a Spell Pierce, because I believe this is Jetmir's Gardens, which
Okay.
is the Naya land. My eye for the Strixhaven, or not Strixhaven, Streets of New Capenna lands can be a bit spotty at times, but I'm pretty sure that's a Jetmir's Gardens.
Do you mean the Cracklands? What did they...
The Tri-lands?
Yeah, the Tri-lands? Yeah. Yeah.
What did I say?
The New Capenna lands. I didn't know if there was, like, another one. I like, barely played New Capenna. I think I played it, like, twice, and then I was like, this format is not good. I don't need to play anymore.
Yeah, Streets of New Capenna was really not it.
It's not good.
So I'm wondering if we are going to try to set up some sort of multiple Archons plus Leyline Binding to play around Orvar now. Do we have access to all of the land types? Do we have a Plains even?
The Plains is on Jetmir's Gardens.
The Plains is in Jetmir's Garden. Okay.
Yeah.
So all the land types are accounted for. We've got Steam Vents, Blood Crypt, and Jetmir's Gardens. That's your 5. And 2 mountains for a good measure.
Yeah. Starting Spell Pierce.
Yeah, Max would just pass turn, threatening to block a Goblin token with the Squadron Hawks.
Yeah.
Could also play a Solitude, has 5 mana.
Looks like we're going to get in for that attack anyways.
Block.
Block. And we're going to bolt one of these down. Yes. So we want to keep our Goblin around.
Clean 2 for 1.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. Clean.
Sack the treasure.
Sack the treasure. Is this
A
What's
red
he
and
doing?
6.
Oh, red and 6.
Okay.
Sure.
interesting?
I'm not sure why we're sacking the treasure for
Yeah,
that.
if we have green on the Jetmir's Garden, I would imagine that
We didn't see
Didn't
any
do
sort
that.
of disruption to treasure tokens last round. Like,
Right.
he's just... What's he doing?
I don't know.
Is he representing something?
I couldn't tell you. I think this Rand 6 is picking up another Gardens, though, which is coming
Have
to
either of
top.
you guys played as Creativity?
I have played some creativity. Yes.
I have not played with Creativity, but I have watched
You've played
countless
against it a
games
lot,
of
yeah.
Creativity. I've played against it.
So Collins, you've played as Creativity.
Yeah. Mhm.
As a Creativity player, in the event that you were sitting here in this seat playing against this Martyr deck,
Right.
why would you sacrifice the treasure token there?
If my land taps were green, I would not.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you why that was the choice.
Maybe we just don't know what the color of the land
But
is.
maybe I'm wrong about the color of this land. So that's probably the most realistic scenario, is that we didn't actually have a green land. And we ended up having to get green off of our treasure and then pick up a green land, which would make sense. So we did see an in-step Solitude, an attack, a chump block with a dwarf, I believe.
And we have the Mirror Breaker token.
Yes.
Rand 6 also protects a little bit against Archon, because you can sacrifice Planeswalkers to the Archon.
Oh yeah, that is fair.
Not something you want to do, But
Probably a reason why we decided to chump block to keep it at a healthy life total. You know, Renetix at 4 could have taken 3 down to 1, but then we wouldn't be able to, use the ping ability and keep it around. It's just a little more flexible.
coming in for the Goblin again.
Give me that token.
Now, how seriously do you guys take your basic lands when it comes to your art? Do
When
you
it comes to
guys,
what?
Art? Do
Very,
you
very
choose
seriously.
specific arts, or do you just find whatever you got in your basic land box?
I have a lot of arts of basic lands that I enjoy, a lot of them, and I just cycle between them, or pick whatever for the deck wants. Like I can match it, I do. I like basic lands.
Do you have any favorites?
I do, but I have a lot of favorites.
Good.
My favorite is usually the best basic land that I can find in the basic land box.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
I will, I care enough to really sit at the basic land box and find matching ones for my limited decks when I am in that position. But, beyond that, I don't have like a stack of basic lands that I stick to mostly.
Yeah. Tanner does a shout out to the Neon Dynasty basic lands.
I love the Neon
Those
Dynasty
are really
basic
great.
lands.
Those
Though,
are really great.
I will admit, I like the ones that aren't full art in that set.
Yeah. I like whatever I have in my basic land box, and then not curating them and then making people angry.
So, blocking the Solitude again with a Fable token, or a Reflection this time.
Ooh.
Taking the Solitude off the table in exchange for giving up a pretty good creature.
Yeah. And I just noticed that we've got 2 Orvars in hand now.
2 Orvars in hand.
That is a lot of Orvars, and could, Chris is going to have to play really patiently in order to...
Or if Chris has access to Elishnorn, that could have been a possible consideration to sideboard in once you've seen an Orvar.
Okay.
Because that does shut off Orvar.
Yeah. I also believe that there might be a Emrakul that Chris has access to, which could potentially be...
Of course, if you're creativitying, you can't just pick these creatures. You get what you get.
What? Wait, so have they done a separate Elish Norn release? I remember
Mother
the
of
original one.
Machines is Elishnorn. It
Okay.
shuts off triggered abilities your opponent gets and doubles yours.
Oh,
Yeah, because
that's
all the
really
all the
cool.
Praetors have that,
That's
like,
really
you
cool.
get something, your opponent doesn't get it.
Yeah, that's cool. -2, -2, +2, +2.
Yeah.
Eat your board.
That's original Elishnorn.
Oh, gee. So I'm wondering if Chris decided to switch over into the Emrakul plan.
I think Emrakul probably would have been put into play a little while ago.
Yeah.
If that had been. Because this creativity has been in hand for a while.
That's true.
And I think Chris is trying his best to play around Orvar.
Emrakul, though, is susceptible to Solitude.
Yes.
So it might
Whoa.
be something where Chris is waiting for Teferi to be able to go Teferi plus in step make the Emrakul.
One of the awkward things, if Chris does have Emrakul, is this giant Slayer can just tap it.
Yep.
It's just a tapper.
That is fair.
I will... Alright, Emrakul's in play. I will
Yeah.
tap it.
I'll tap that.
Yeah.
No, thank you, actually.
How would Modern be affected by reprinting what's the tap a creature, tap a thing? What's that called?
Opposition?
Opposition. That's it. Opposition.
Is Opposition
How would Modern
modern
be
legal?
affected?
It
by
is
that?
not modern legal.
No,
I don't
that's-
think it.
that's
I
the
don't think it
beaker
would be
symbol.
effective. I
That's-
think that would be. I don't think that card would be good.
Destiny.
Yeah. 4 mana is a lot.
That's
for
Destiny.
Modern.
Yeah, that's
It's also
true.
a blue card, which is
Yeah.
a hard thing
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah. Okay. What have we here?
We're doing something. Creativity for everything on the board.
Oh my God.
This
He is going
with
for
2
it.
Orvars is probably not going to go.
Right.
Yeah, but we'll see.
We will see. You can sacrifice the Ruin 6 to one of the triggers, so you do get at least one Archon left.
Are we Orvaring for 4?
I don't think we've cast anything yet.
Are,
Are we Orvar?
are we Orvaring for... Oh god, Orvar's just been on the mind. Okay, reconsidering.
Man, if Chris just had 2 fireballs in hand instead of 2 Indomitable Creativities, we'd start to be in business.
If he had spells that did something, he'd be in a great position.
Well, Orvar is pretty tough to play around. It's a
Yeah.
very good sideboard card.
Yeah.
The downside is that you have to draw it.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you seen any obvious sideboard cards in this match that like you think have decided something meaningful in terms of win percentage? Anything where you're like, oh yeah, that's a great silver bullet, or has it just been sideboarding for incremental match value?
I think it's just been the Orvars or the
Yeah.
silver bullets.
Yeah,
I mean,
those are the
you
silver
know,
bullets.
Those are the
That's
silver
that's
bullets
what they're
here.
for.
Yeah.
So creativity for 3.
Anything out of Maxime?
Those are the Orvars.
Those are
Yeah.
the Orvars.
Yeah, Chris, I
So
haven't
that
seen
is
any
that a
silver
Hallowed
bullets
Moonlight?
out. Oh, wow.
So that's card. Your creatures can't enter the battlefield unless they're tokens
That's
from.
another silver
Okay,
bullet.
that's a big deal. That's a big deal.
So I believe they stay exiled. I don't remember.
Wow.
I don't remember exactly how the card works.
this is sort of like a position where if Tim was here, I'd scream judge.
Well, I could read the. If I had an Indomitable Creativity in front of me, I could read the card and see how it reads and figure it out.
Right.
But I don't.
if only there was a way that we could do this
If only.
digitally. If only.
Only.
If only.
So we did see an Elshnorn there.
Yeah.
I think Elshnorn was the last card exiled. So pretty heads-up play from Maxime to decide to not let these triggers resolve and just go for the clean Hollowed Moonlight.
Yeah, those cards just exiled for good.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, Chris is going to have to rely on something other than the creativity combo to win this game. And that could prove to be a...
Speaking of Elshnorns.
Oh my god. Oh
So
my
usually
god.
your backup plan after your creativity thing doesn't work is just hard casting your Archons,
Yeah.
which is not going to be an option A with Maxim's Orvars in hand, and B with Elishnorn in play.
Is this gonna go to rounds?
I think Chris is successfully locked out of the game.
I don't think,
think-
Chris can win anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that the only removal spells that I'm aware of that can answer Elshnorn is a Leyline Binding, which is shut off by Elshnorn's ability.
You can
Oh my god.
You can
prismatic
creativity
ending it. You can also creativity it.
You could creativity it, but I don't think that that's really a winning proposition.
No.
But you might have to.
It's certainly going to be weaker than the card you are at the table right now.
Right.
Unless it's another Elishnorn, I
Maybe
guess.
another Elshnorn. I
Yeah.
mean, how many are there?
I can't imagine there's that many.
I see a lot of mana tapping.
You see a lot of lands being moved around.
yes.
I think there might be a little bit of
creativitying for
Yeah.
3 again, just on the Elishnorn and the 2 treasures.
Okay.
Because Chris, you can't play around Orvar anymore.
Right. So the last activation exiled 2
Archons,
Archons
and an Elishnorn.
And an Elishnorn. So I think here, we're going to see target Elishnorn and our treasure tokens for 1 to 2 Archons, depending on if any were boarded out. And then the Orvars are going to clean up.
And that would wrap up the game.
Yeah, and that should be lights out pretty immediately.
But at the same time, I don't really think Chris can afford to play around Orvar
Of course
anymore.
not. No,
like,
he's-
despite playing around it previously in the game, you're just like, all right, my opponent just can't have it or I lose. So
Yeah. I have to say, this has been a very impressive performance from White Martyr so far.
Yeah.
Like, they've done very well with a card that it's almost unplayed. Almost.
Yeah.
Well, these sideboard cards are heaters. If
Yes.
you recognize the cards in the deck that the deck's named after have done nothing,
Yeah.
but the mono white player has one exclusively with Archons of Cruelty.
Yeah.
Yeah, these white cards have just kind of been around.
Yeah.
They've been around. They've been, going to hand, being discarded.
Yep. Hey, cards are a resource too.
Yeah.
That's what it boils down to.
Hallowed Moonlight was a very good one there.
Yeah.
It's a very good sideboard card.
Okay. Okay, after much debate, it looks like Chris is going to opt first to
Iterate.
iterate. Did we take that to Fairy?
Teferi is in the hand.
Okay. Teferi to the hand. Teferi could
Chris
be
is-
played and bounce something here.
Really, it just really bothers me when people put like exile until end of turn cards like face down for any reason.
Oh yeah, there's no reason for that. Have you ever interacted with a rebound card?
With which card?
A rebound card?
Yeah,
How do people resolve that for you?
depends. So a lot of people just put it on the top of their deck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do, except it does technically go into exile, so like insane people exile it face down for some reason and then forget about it.
I'm a fan of on top of the deck.
Yeah.
I don't mind on top of the deck.
Yeah.
I know it's not technically.
I'm liable to
legal,
knock
but-
it over
Yeah.
because I'm clumsy, so I will typically put a die on top of my deck and just put the right on the table.
Yeah.
But I don't hate on anyone just ephemerating on top of their deck or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see Teferi Plus here.
I think Chris is trying to set up for a safe creativity.
Right.
At 12 to 22, I mean, those life totals don't really mean a whole lot in this matchup. It's a lot more about
Okay, we got a Knight Captain.
resource management, but
That's a card.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that can tutor for a Martyr twice.
It's going to tutor for 2 things.
Yeah.
This is a.
Could just be 2 Thraben Inspectors. Ooh, there's a Haywire Mite. That's what the green's for.
We found the green slash.
I don't know if Haywire Mite actually does anything right now. The only enchantment Chris is going to play is Leyline Binding, which is not a...
Yeah, no longer active with the Elishnorn in play.
And even once the Elishnorn leaves, the thing you're going to be binding is going to be a token, most likely. Like an Archon of Cruelty token.
Looks like we went for Thraben Inspector and what is that card behind it? Is that another?
Another Thraben Inspector.
Get double.
So nice. Do it twice.
it's the best divination you'll ever get.
Yeah.
I love it when Giant Killer gets into the red zone. Just face.
The face is placed.
That Elishnorn does have Vigilance, though.
It's true.
So we might want to untop that one.
Okay, Thraben in.
Make a guy. Whoa.
2 treasure or 2 clues.
Yeah, because of Elishnorn.
Yep.
Yep.
And then let's just get another
Is he
2
doing
clues.
it again?
Just 2 more clues.
Yeah, he's doing it. Holy cow.
We've got board.
All right. We're gonna untap here for Chris.
So this is turn number 2 in turns, I believe.
Oh, I see.
They
okay,
did.
so
They are going to turns. Jesus Christ.
it makes sense now that we went to go face instead of taking this Teferi off the board.
Time is limited. Your
Have
life
you played
must
against-
expire.
Isaac, have you played these guys so far?
I lost them, yeah.
You lost them? Who did you play against?
The mono white deck.
The mono white deck?
What were you playing?
I was on. I think it was Ryan's actually.
Okay.
So Isaac, our commentator last week, actually played against this mono white deck and actually lost. The deck looks really interesting, and the pilot looks very, very well tuned. Has Maxime ever been here before?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Isaac, has he been on this white martyr
This is his
before?
pet deck.
This is his pet deck. Okay. okay.
Everyone's got to have a pet deck.
Sure. Yeah. That
Martyr
makes
is a
sense.
classic pet deck. Whenever you see Martyr, then it's usually piloted by a Martyr player. who
Yeah,
plays
yeah,
Martyr.
yeah. For sure.
Who maybe is a martyr.
I mean, you never know.
All right, so going to turn 3. I think this is Chris's turn to try to creativity, if he's going to creativity at all. And that will not win him the game because we know Maxim has Orvars. But it's the best he's got, so he might as well try for it. So there's a Knight Captain prompting Chris to either go for it now or never.
Knight Captain on upkeep, on his own upkeep.
Yes. Could be main phase, I don't know.
Yeah. And I like this play. It's pretty face up that Chris has in creativity because of all of the tapping and untapping that happened in turns prior.
Or he's a masterclass tapper untap bluffer.
I wouldn't put it past him.
The more objects you operate in the physical plane, in the prime material plane, the more you win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So doing it for 3. If I were Maxim, I'd probably just show him 2 Orvars. But
Right. Can you beat these?
Uh,
There's
how-
one.
how's this look?
Oh boy.
All right, so it looks like we found another Martyr.
2.
2 Archons here.
All right, so
2 triggers.
Discard Orvar.
Yep.
We really got to get Maxima copy token of some sort. Just like a dry erase card would be good too.
Yeah.
Dry erase card?
Yeah, just draw the card you're making a token of.
Sure, yeah.
I'm a fan of drawing tokens. I know you are, Lee.
Yeah, I love drawing tokens.
Yeah.
I'm not a good artist either.
Yeah, you don't short
That's not what
sell
it's
yourself.
about.
No, it's about the heart.
Yeah,
the spirit.
exactly. It's about the art.
Yeah.
Lee is definitely underselling himself here. He drew some great art for Rhino tokens.
They're very cute.
They're very cute. They're very cute.
You would be like charmed if your 5-year-old drew them and put them on the refrigerator.
Yeah, exactly. You'd absolutely put those on the refrigerator, 100%.
Orvar number 1. Have we discarded Orvar number 2 yet? Oh, okay. There we go.
There it
It
is.
just happened.
There it is.
Yes. All right. And Chris has seen enough.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can't believe it. This next scene wins it.
Yeah.
Orvar.
It honestly kind of felt like any deck with Orvars in hand could have won that match, but
Right.
Yeah, you know.
the Solitude was really good in that one game.
Solitude
Yeah.
The Hallowed Moonlight was really good in another game.
Yeah.
But these are also just cards every deck plays.
Right.
Unfortunately, like the Mono White Martyr didn't get like a good chance to shine, which was unfortunate. But you don't really need to when you have such good sideboard hammers. And
Yeah.
I mean, Maxim pulled it out. It was good to go.
Yeah.
How you doing there, Walker? You trying to listen? Get voices in your ears?
Okay, all right. So here we are. That's match 2.
Yeah.
That was
in the
incredible.
books.
That was
Round number 2.
incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we've got 2 more, I believe.
Yeah,
be 2 more.
probably 2 more.
14 players, 2 more rounds.
Yep, we're going to go to a quick break, but because that game did go to rounds,
It
this
should be
break
quick,
is going to
quick
be
turnaround.
pretty short. Pretty
Yeah.
short.
Get some water.
Yeah, it's
Get
modern.
ready for some more Martyr.
Yeah.
Well, we got to get the different decks on. Let's just
We'll
give
get
our.
All right, thanks for the delay there, everybody. Here we are at the Gathering Place, about to do round 3 of our Modern, and we actually have Isaac from our last cast here playing Enchantress.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't wait. Enchantress is one of those very interesting modern decks that is always fun to watch.
Very cool, very cool.
And it requires a lot of reading.
Yes, a lot of reading, a lot of knowledge that I'll once again be relying on Lee for. We've got top 3 cards written down for the Enchantress player. The first one is Sithis, Harvest's Hand. Lee, can you tell
Let's see it.
What's going on here?
It's a white-green enchantment creature
Okay.
that whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you gain a life and you draw a card. It's actually the linchpin to
It's
the deck.
another Enchantress.
It's another
yeah.
Enchantress.
Yeah. It is actually the main enchantress.
So
I see.
are they not running Enchantress anymore?
Well, Argothian enchantress isn't legal,
Oh,
and Yami-Maya enchantress is bad.
okay.
So they don't play the cards that say enchantress in the name.
But they're playing functional
But they're playing
reprints,
Enchantresses.
but better. Yeah. All right, so with match 1, or game 1, we have Isaac, our previous caster here, playing Enchantress with Sterling Grove and Solitary Confinement as other highlighted cards. I mean, it looks like a pretty straightforward Enchantress deck.
Ooh, Haywire Might against
But playing
Jund.
as
This is a good
Jund.
card to draw.
Jund Saga.
Because obviously, if your if your deck's named after a card type that this can kill, it's gonna be pretty
yes, gonna be pretty good.
One of those bullets that you're kind of happy to see in the, in the turn 1 scenario here.
good. Enchantress actually doesn't play a lot of removal. Interestingly enough,
Right.
you're trying mostly to lock your opponent out of attacking you.
Yeah.
Right.
So Solitary Confinement is the big one that prevents all damage that will be dealt to you.
Do they still play 9 lives?
Occasionally,
Okay.
Enchantress decks are pretty much in the pet deck territory. Like,
Yeah.
there's the core. You got like Sithis, Sterling Grove, occasionally Sigil of the Empty Throne is a win condition.
Yep.
But there's always like cards that are just peppered in. They're just like, you're playing it because you're playing Enchantress. You got some slots to play around with. You're good to go.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Yeah. So 9 lives could be one of those. It's not like necessary. The whole 9 lives combo with I can't remember the other half. The one that prevents counters from being put on that enchantment.
Is that not the Solitary Confinement?
That is not Solitary.
Oh.
Solitary Confinement is straight up. You can't be dealt damage.
Got
3
it.
mana. You have to discard a card at the beginning of your turn and skip your draw steps.
Yeah. Wow, and amazingly, the Jund Saga player has drawn all 3
Yeah.
bullets? Are there more bullets than this?
No, I don't think Ursa Saga actually has any more targets.
I think that Urza Saga might fail to find. Oh, Baubles probably is a
Sure,
card that it's
yeah.
going to be able to find. But yeah, very very unusual to have all 3 artifacts here, just in the opening hand.
And they all are irrelevant. Well, possibly not the Shadow Spear, other than it gives power and toughness. But
Shakespeare irrelevantly can get rid of Hexproof.
but not Shroud, which is what Sterling Grove
But not
grants.
Shroud.
Right.
Okay.
We got some action going on.
So this is
Oh,
Enchantress's Presence. That's again one of those cards wherever you cast a spell, or an enchantment spell, you draw a card.
Yeah.
And it itself is an enchantment. And those 2 Enchantress cards are key to the deck. It's how you get your engine going.
And
Yeah.
As like a Jund player, where you're just trying to play, marginal value cards, this is exactly the strategy that the Enchantress player is going to be leaning in on, is resolving a bunch of these Enchantress effects, snowballing out of the game.
You also have to remember that Blood Moon is a commonly card played in these Enchantress decks.
Okay.
Because
Blood Moon is
yeah,
common?
yeah.
Oh,
they have
shoot.
there's a mana dork that's an enchantment creature that adds mana of any color based on the number of enchantments you control,
Yeah.
and a bunch of abundant growths as the cheapest enchantment. So they're very well insulated against Blood Moon,
Right.
and they can just play it.
Oh my god, of course they can. And it draws them a card.
Yep.
So we see a cycling of the Nihil Spellbomb, probably just looking for a land or something. The Graveyard Exile not really relevant in this particular spot. But we do have the green source that is able to take care of this Enchantress card.
Which super important because that is you need these cards to cantrip off each other to have that card flow. Otherwise, your in game doesn't really work.
Yeah.
I love Isaac's playmat here.
Yeah.
It's great.
Cross that. More land.
We do need to, yeah. So both these cards are exiled, which matters for Hall of Heliod's Generosity, which is a card that can recur enchantments from the graveyard.
Okay. Are we're seeing another Enchantress presence coming down here.
That's all a turn for it is any. If
So-
Isaac's got it.
We do have 2 players here who are 1-1. Isaac did lose against our previous round winner, the Maxime's White Martyr deck.
Yeah, we
But
didn't want to. We don't want to put Martyr on in. Yep. Then there's Blood Moon.
There it is. There it
There's
is.
your called
There it
shot.
is.
So we only have 1 green source now, and no.
I think we've got 2 green sources
two
now.
green sources. Yeah. Maybe a white source potentially, depending on what the name was here.
Yeah, white's a solid one.
Yeah. I don't think that you need a ton of green sources to function. But it is nice that we have the basic land on
And-
the other side here.
Right. And if you draw, I wish I could remember the name of that card. The 2 mana. There's another Utopia Sprawl. If you draw the other the mana dork, your mana problems are immaterial.
Yeah. So here's that Enchantress. Do we
When
have
was
a-
that printed?
That was printed in Invasion, I think, but it was in Modern Horizons 2.
Okay.
Might have been Onslaught. Some of them.
Onslaught makes more sense because I think I know the Invasion card file pretty well.
So I imagine, based on this sequence, that white was the name here because we had the opportunity to play another Utopia Sprawl, but
And could not.
could not. Probably because we have only 1 green source and 1 white source here.
Which matters for playing Sithis, which is the other Enchantress creature.
Right.
It's a good thing that Zach had a forest rolled up because it would be difficult to play this game without it.
Very true.
And it still is difficult to play with it. Like, this is a add Giganta to hand with 5 cards already in hand.
Yeah.
Not a great turn.
We do need something to get the ball rolling over here, and this 1 green source is proving
Oh
to be
my
a
God.
pretty big trope source.
That is
I think that
is
probably
a
makes it 2
really
green sources
stacked
now.
forest
So there's a
right there.
Sterling Grove. I don't think anything else can be played right now.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Looks like a card is being prepped to enter the battlefield.
Prepare this card. Maybe it's a second Blood Moon. Maybe it's a white enchantment.
Is Isaac playing Ice Age
Solitary
Snowlands?
Confinement. That's interesting.
Okay.
So this could just be a cycled. That is a. Yeah,
That
it's an
looks
Ice
like
Age.
an Ice Age Snowland.
So this could just be a cycled Solitary Confinement. If you're not familiar with that card, you skip your draw step, but during your upkeep you can either discard a card to keep it or sacrifice it.
Yeah.
So Isaac could just choose to sacrifice it and not keep it around. It's not super important at this game state right now, but it does draw a card every time you. So Isaac has labeled green and white. So Gigantha hits the battlefield.
Yeah. The best Blood Moon technology, Giganta. Get that 5/5 on board. It can even attack for 6 next turn. Looks like we're not gonna choose to
Yeah, I
discard.
don't. You
for
just
this.
way would rather have the cards right
Yeah.
now. You need to really set up your engine, especially when you're under a clock now.
Right.
And granted, Solitary Confinement does prevent the damage, but you're not actually doing anything if you're skipping all your draw steps and discarding cards every turn.
Right.
Did you guys ever encounter companions before the change?
Yes,
How did you feel about them?
they're terrible.
They were terrible.
They were not good for the game.
not-
They were really
yeah.
good.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
really, really, really good.
Yeah,
But it was pretty impressive.
yeah.
Okay, so we do see a couple of enchantments coming down here.
Yeah, I wish I remember the name of these cards, but that is Destiny Spinner.
Destiny Spinner.
Yeah, I do remember the name.
Yeah.
That makes enchantments uncounterable, and you can pay a bunch of mana to turn a land into a creature that's as big as your as the number of enchantments you have.
Is there any specification on what type of land you can
Any land you
transform?
want.
Okay, just any land. So we might see some of these mountains rumbling in.
It also gives the land haste and trample.
What?
Yeah. And its power and toughness is equal to the number of enchantments you control?
Yep.
Okay.
And that
Yeah.
right now is 5, I believe. 6. 2 Utopia Sprawls and 4.
So at minimum, it's going to be able to present blockers for this Giganta.
It just costs 4 mana to use, so we're not
We don't
blocking
have
it
one
this
quite
turn.
yet.
But yeah.
Right.
Have either of you seen this particular matchup before?
I must
Either
have
as a
seen it.
spectator
I mean,
or as a
I've seen
player?
a lot of Enchantress games.
Yeah.
I've probably seen some Enchantress versus Jund before the sagas
Yeah.
became involved.
But this is a fundamentally different deck, right? Jund Saga plays very, very differently
Yeah,
in
the
terms of its
Saga's
resource
the Saga
access.
and Ren and 6 were
Yeah.
definitely additions that
Big,
changed the
big
dynamics a lot
changes.
of Jund.
That
But-
unfortunately does not function in this matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Isaac has another solitary confinement, which the first and the Sterling Grove can tutor, this could be it's hard to say it's a holding pattern because you can't really hold with solitary confinement unless you have a lot of enchantress effects. Because the idea is to have a solitary confinement in play and then just keep casting your enchantments to draw more cards, to mitigate the drawback of solitary confinement.
Yeah.
But I imagine that we have reached the point where each enchantment cantripping off of each other is going to be enough to take over this game. And
Any
very
leyline
few
binding
turns.
all of a sudden just like is huge.
Yeah.
That's just a flash 3-4 mana card that will take out Jigantha out of the play and draw a card. Yeah, that does not prevent Shroud, Isaac.
Yeah. Interesting.
Sterling
Specifies
Grove using that ancient technology
Yeah.
Yeah.
that newer wizards won't tell you about.
I still can't believe the number of Utopia Sprawls he's got out here. This is wild. It makes a lot of sense in an Enchantress deck, but jeez.
Being able to power out your 3-mana enchantments is
Yeah,
really crucial.
that's a big deal.
And then just being able to cycle them late game. I mean, we saw one of these Utopia Sprawls just draw a card, and 1 mana, add a land to the board, specifically a green land.
Yeah.
His Blood Moon, draw a card. Very, very strong.
How would you guys feel about reprinting something insane like Necropotence? With that, it's 3 mana, right?
Necropotence would be an interesting one.
I think
Probably too good.
so. The problem with reprinting something like Necropotence is that I don't think you're really adding to the game experience when you do that.
Yeah.
Ideally, every card you add to the format should improve the game experience to someone. It doesn't have to be everyone.
Yeah.
But I don't think it really does that.
Yeah. I mean, it opens up. There have been decks that have kind of approached, not necessarily the game in the same direction as Necropotence, but in the cousins of the same direction, right? What was the 5 mana black card that let you see a bunch of cards and then you pick one?
Ad nauseum?
Yeah, Ad Nauseam. Yeah. I mean, it's not the same thing as Necropotence, but it's operating in the same space.
I think that Wizards of the Coast has generally learned their lesson about these kind of cards, where
Yeah.
they are kind of pure, they're either unplayable or they are completely broken.
Yeah.
And I think that Wizards is mostly trying to find cards that have an interesting style of gameplay, add interesting decisions to the game. And either I win or this does nothing is probably a kind of card that they're just not really interested in anymore.
Yeah, that's bad cardboard.
So I think Lightning Bolt is going after one of these creatures. Sithis only has 2 toughness. Destiny Spender does have 3. Oh no, it's just going face.
I think it's just going face.
I think we're trying to end the game, and Isaac doesn't have an answer.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Quick concession there.
Yeah, so Gigant Thunder, Blood Moon, and Isaac has no removal.
Yep.
Zach just cleans that one up.
I missed what happened in that turn. Was there a no blocks declared, go to 3 situation? Because I feel like...
A no blocks declared, go to 5 situation. Down tick Ren, down tick Ren.
Down tick Ren.
Lightning Bolt,
Lightning
yeah.
Bolt, okay. Yeah, I would have expected to see a land block in that scenario, but...
I guess it was a little unappealing because I think it was a trade. 6-6 versus 6-6.
Sure.
So you don't want to lose a land, but I probably would have just been fine with it.
You probably want to go for that in that spot. But, I mean, there you have it. Zach was able to steal out a game that was looking pretty bad for him overall.
And now he gets the sideboard in stuff like Force of Vigor, which is huge. It's very, very strong against the enchantments deck.
Yeah.
Obviously, if they need to string against a bunch of pieces. Unlike our Gothian Enchantress, which is just a base creature with Shroud.
Yep.
Sithis is an enchantment creature, so it's extra vulnerable against the cards that are already good against your deck.
That makes a lot of sense. In limited, Sithis would operate as a pivot card, right? It would be both something that would pay off for one deck while another, and so it's very cool, but also operates it's got a lot of weaknesses. There's a
Yeah.
lot of tools that can remove it and construct
Sadly,
it.
I think Sithis was just for constructed because it was in Modern Horizons 2. It was a rare.
You can include
And yeah,
stuff. And, like, listen, anyone who's watched these understands that I'm a peasant cube addict, but you can include rares. That's okay. Hey, listen, I don't do it.
my constitution.
I don't do it. I don't do it. But people can. Rares are okay.
What would you
Mythic
call such a
rares
cube?
is where you end. Well, pre-Lore. Wait, no, Lorwyn still was where they only had rares.
The trick is you just call it like Walker's cube or whatever. Like
Yeah.
you don't. It doesn't have to matter.
Yeah.
This one is cube.
Yeah.
Cube.
Like, you
This
wanna
is
play?
Cube.
Yeah.
Like it.
You want to play some Cube? Sure.
Yeah.
When did they print the first Mythics?
In Shards of Alara.
It was shards? Okay. It's wild. Absolutely crazy. You know what they've done these days with Magic cards?
Yes, apparently.
Creatures
I do.
actually do damage to people now, instead of just played and then die when your opponent draws 6 cards.
Like a Tog dealt damage.
Yeah, it did. It sure did.
Was it psychic damage?
Yes, often.
Psychotog shows up in one of the cubes I'm working on right now. Because you can discard cards,
Yeah.
and that's
Psychotog's-
great
Psychotog's
with
a good-
Madness.
It's a
Great
good
with
little
Madness.
grease card for a lot of
Yeah.
decks and limited.
Are people playing Psychotog now?
No.
No.
I don't even think the card's legal.
When was the last time it was reprinted?
Odyssey? I don't think it's been in any fancy set.
Was it a Modern Master or?
Horizons? I don't think
What
so.
was the most recent set that they printed that had the madness mechanic in it?
Modern Horizons 1. But that,
Okay.
the Madness was red-green,
Oh, okay.
which is why the new Basking Rootwalla, which is played in Vintage, and I can't remember its name. Blazing Rootwalla? It's Blazing Rootwalla.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's
That card
Blazing
was in that
Rootwalla.
set.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Not as good as Basking.
Actually, yeah,
Yeah,
it's pretty good though.
it's pretty good. It's pretty
They
good.
both trigger Vengevine. You can't hold that against him.
Yeah.
The green one does cast Hogak as well though.
Yeah.
Strictly better. Yeah.
I love some of those old mechanics. Like, I understand why they're not evergreen because there's thematic reasons behind it, but they played well. They played well.
I think Madness is actually one of the ones that are like it's really hard to play well.
Yes,
and you have
Madness
to really
is messed
try.
up. Madness is messed. Did you ever play Time Spiral Plane Shift in Future Sight?
Standard or limited?
Limited.
Yes.
Yeah. How did you feel about it other than Sprat Swarm?
I mean, I really like that format.
Yeah.
It's just every card has. This was before every card had 4 million lines of text. Time
Yes.
Spiral was the original. Every card has 4 million lines of text set.
It sure was.
And the abilities made no sense on any of the cards.
Nothing made any sense.
A wild time.
Sun Lance.
It's like this.
A 1 white.
There's
deal
Isaac
3
showing
damage.
us his hand on
yes.
thin ice.
Appreciate this.
Destiny Spinner. That's usually only a 1-of, so I'm surprised he's drawn it again. Suppression Field is a neat little lock piece. If you're not familiar with it, it's a 2-mana Ravnica enchantment. It makes activated abilities cost 2 more if you want to activate them. That doesn't include mana abilities,
Okay.
but it does include fetch lands and Urza Saga's construct ability,
Yes.
Oh
As
my
well as-
god.
as well as Planeswalkers.
Oh my god.
That's a lot of cards. in
That's
this
a lot of
set.
cards.
It really is, yeah.
Yeah.
It also stops treasure tokens from being really efficient.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Wait.
Wait.
Treasure tokens?
That's I'm
That-
sorry, that's a mana ability.
Yeah, it's a mana ability.
I'm getting it
Yeah.
mixed up with other similar
tokens?
cards.
Clue tokens
Yeah.
are way worse. Yep.
Nihil spell bombs.
Nihil
Spell bombs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Haywire Mites. There's
Yeah.
a lot of activated abilities going on over here.
Shadow Spear equipping.
Right.
We're just naming things. I can't quite see Zach's hand on Saga here.
That
it looks
looks
like,
like
there's
a
a
Ren and
6,
Six,
and
yeah.
a Swamp.
I think that we might be looking at Ren and 6
Basic Swamp.
Basics.
So putting the Ren 6 back.
Yep, that makes
I think that
sense.
we've got Fetchland, a Basic Swamp, and a Saga. So we cannot quite cast this.
Is there a
Ren and
rag?
Six.
Is that an Inquisition that was just drawn?
So,
Inquisition would be strong because you can take the Destiny Spinner if you're trying to Ragavan them, or you can take the.
I think if we go Swamp into Inquisition here, which is going to happen,
Yep.
we're going to be forced into taking this
Suppression Field.
Suppression Field, because our other land is going to be a
It's a-
fetch land, and our other land is Urza Saga.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. As much as you would love to take Enchantress's presence.
Right. Yeah. Generally you're going to snap off the Enchantress presence here, but I think that we have to take the sideboard.
If you want to continue tapping your lands for mana.
Right. Just something I enjoy doing, tapping my lands for mana.
You don't play with Maze of Ith in your modern deck?
Usually not, but maybe alongside an Urborg.
There you
Or
go.
Yavimaya.
Or Yavimaya.
I played Yavimaya last week.
You played? Oh right, of course you did. You had that weird.
And
food deck.
it was worse than a forced.
Yeah.
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 Basic lands are good, as it turns out.
I feel like something that we're still kind of missing on the stream so far are interviews with these players, but in this tournament so far, we have not had the time.
Yeah, we're not gonna have the time
We're
this
not
one
gonna have
either
time.
if we go to game
Yeah,
three.
they're gonna
Enchantress
go
is one of
game
those decks that takes a while to set up,
Yeah.
and then it just kill you in like a few turns because Destiny Spinner just makes huge creatures.
But in each of those turns, there's a lot of game action.
Yeah.
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 For a format that's defined by turn 4 and speed, these have been very deliberate games with a lot of gameplay. It's been very impressive.
Yeah. Looks like we have a secondary position in hand. That we're going to fire off here.
Yep.
Probably going after...
Mr. President, Second Inquisition.
Yeah, we got to take that Enchantress's presence. It's going to be really important to get off the board.
Especially since that kind of leaves Isaac with nothing now.
Right.
An Abundant Growth cantripping is like cool, I guess, but
What is this card?
I actually can't tell what that card is.
Is this the artifact that...
Mishra's Research Desk?
Yes, Mr. Research does.
I don't recognize the art, but it could be Mishra's Research Desk. So
What does that do?
it's 1 in tap, sack it, to look at the top 2 cards of your library, or exile the top 2 cards of your library. You can play one of them,
Okay.
and the card itself has Unearth. The artifact.
Oh, cool.
Oh, Sithis off the top was a really good draw.
Yeah, so this is going to get the engine online.
Yeah, that's 2 cards off the Abundant Growth.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Looks like our hand is full of a bunch of creatures here. And I think that we're getting a little punished for playing this Urza Saga out, because now with Urza Saga, Fetch Land, Swamp, we're unable to double spell. We cannot go Tarmogoyf into Ragavan like we might want to. And it might be true that we're forced into just an activation of this Urza Saga to get the value out of it.
It also makes it a little tricky to play around Blood Moon too, because like you want to get Stomping Ground here, which you do.
Right. You
and
probably
then
must.
and then if you ever get Blood Moon, you do no longer have green mana,
Right.
which is the important mana you need.
Yeah. But it looks like instead of the construct, we're actually going to Ash or Ragavan. Oh, I like this.
Yeah,
Because-
Sithis is not blocking.
Yeah, so this isn't
Ooh, a
blocking.
Leyline of Sanctity.
Wow,
Wow.
we were asking about ley
What?
lines earlier. Here's one.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah, and we're just going to go ahead and use that treasure token for this Tarmogoyf. Okay, I like this sequence. I think that was strong.
What does Tarmogoyf like cost these days?
In
'Cause
money,
I
not
remember-
very much.
I remember it was like infinity.
I think I saw one.
$10 now?
I think I saw one for $10 recently.
Oh my god.
They're printed again, and they're also just not played anymore.
They're just a creature, right?
So there's Sterling Grove to give the Enchantment Shroud, and I think this On Thin Ice is likely going to come down and take the Tarmogoyf. That just relieves the pressure, the cantrips, all that good stuff.
Have you guys ever had any like bad investments when it comes to Magic cards?
Every
Or-
Magic card I've ever purchased.
Good answer. Yeah.
I sorted through all
Magic
of
cards
my.
are not investments.
They're not investments.
They are just game
They are
pieces.
not investments. Sealed Magic products can be investments, though.
Sure.
I like if you have the space to hold on to a couple of cases of something. That's how Josh opened this, sort of.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Never been one to purchase the cards that could be considered investments, which would be reserve list cards.
Yeah.
But, you know, outside of that,
I just like playing the game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Here to play a game.
Yeah.
Urza Saga trigger. And we're going to give it a little think.
I can't quite see Zach's hand, but I'm feeling a colorless mana float.
Yeah. Seems like we've got some cards to spend this mana on.
Leaving the Destiny Spinner back this time because it blocks Ragavan.
Yeah. Maybe should have done that the first time as well.
I
but,
mean,
it's hard to know.
Yeah. When the damage feels free, it just feels free.
Right. But at what cost? A tapped creature?
Yeah.
I mean, with a life total of 14 to 17, like it's just incremental value at this point.
Yeah.
Enchantress
towards
doesn't
that.
win by like 2s and 3s. They
Yeah.
usually win by like 10s and 20s.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's not uncommon to
Just an
see it.
overwhelming board state.
It is not uncommon at all to see Enchantress play 1 Emrakul in their deck. And that's not a card that, you need to get your opponent to like 7 or so to win. That's a card
Right.
just like it kills them.
Yep.
So there's Mr. Research Desk.
Okay. We found a land, which is not terrible. And it looks like we are going to go for it.
Yeah, I like the double down on Blood Moon because the Bloodstained Mire cannot fetch Forest.
Right.
So you might as well be like, all
We
right.
can't play around Blood Moon anyways.
Yeah.
Let's just get this better land into play.
Drawn. Man, Zach is really good at drawing the Shadow Spear.
Yes. Just going to play out this Ragavan now.
Yeah, so notably the only target the Haywire Might has right now is Sterling Grove, which I don't think I would crack this fetch land because you can just get... Well, I guess
We
there's
don't
no
have a
green
green
mana.
source.
Yeah.
This swamp has really been a thorn in our side.
Wait. Oh, stomping around. So Sterling Grove is the only target for Haywire Might, which can just then tutor another enchantment. A little damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we were going to see a shock and tutor here. I don't know what we would find.
I don't think you want to do that because giving up your on thin ice for Tarmogoyf is like kind of scary with your current board. Like you don't really have that much. You don't have a Sanctum Weaver in play.
Right. You'd rather just use it to protect your other
Yeah.
valuable enchantments. That makes sense.
Like if there was a Sanctum Weaver in play and you could just make a bunch of mana, you could start blocking with lands, right? And then that'd be less of an issue. You could just tutor for whatever you want.
Right.
But I don't want to give up the Sterling Grove for just a Sanctum Weaver. So I'm just keeping it in play. And Isaac chooses the same.
Looks like we have another on thin ice in hand.
Would Moat be playable in Modern?
Yes, and it'd be too good.
Yeah.
The Murktide players are just playing mode now.
Hell no.
Oh no! All right, draw a card.
More like the
gain
moat,
life.
more like the moat players playing Murktide Regent.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. That's more accurate.
That's the card I associate most with Enchantress, but that's
Sure. Right.
a very different format.
Different format. Okay, so now we're going to be drawing 2 cards off of our
Enchanties.
enchantees, and we're not that threatened life total wise anymore.
Thanks to the incidental life gain from Sithis.
Yep.
So there's a Utopia Sprawl, I think.
Yeah.
Draw 2 cards, gain 1 life
That's a good return.
for 1 mana. Don't mind it.
On the nice
How
number.
about 1 mana, draw 2 cards, gain 1 life, destroy a creature?
I wonder what we're killing here.
Even better rate.
Getting the Haywire Might? Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice. I like that.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we've got this Tarmogoyf pretty much, or not this Tarmogoyf, this Ragavan pretty much covered here with our 2/3 blocker that has
Our Shroud 2/3 blocker,
Right,
yeah.
importantly.
If it had hexproof, it might not be safe.
Maybe not.
But Shroud, that's another story.
yeah.
Shroud and Hexproof are like both of those abilities I think operate in the same space where they limit interaction, but Shroud feels a lot more fair. Hexproof is just a messed up ability.
I think that we went digging with this research desk for a land,
And didn't hit.
and we did not get there, and that
And you can't cast these cards
really
either.
lights out here.
Like all the mana is tapped. You used it to unearth and then bring back. So neither of these cards can be cast.
Right. We had a land in hand.
Yeah, typically you don't bring back Mishra's Workshop or Mishra's Research Desk
Yeah.
unless you have like a lot of mana.
So I think the Enchantress player right now just wants to take game actions as fast as possible.
Yeah, to finish the game.
I don't really
Yeah.
think that the game actions matter too much. I just want to be seeing fast game actions so that we don't go to time.
So there's currently 8 enchantments in play.
Right.
That makes an 8/8 per every turn. You could just like fire up a land and attack for 8 right now.
That's game action.
That's game
I'm
action.
happy with it.
You can play an enchantment on a creature. That's a leyline binding. For sure. Yeah.
We're drawing 3 cards now.
Just 2, still.
Just 2. Okay.
Just 2.
Just 2. No,
Just that
it's fine.
cantrip leyline
Yeah, no
binding.
problem.
Get a little divination. I really would like to see Isaac attack the land this turn, though. It feels like Zach's clearly on the back foot. You don't unearth Mishra's research desk unless you have nothing.
At 14, that's just 2 attacks. But
Another.
I think Isaac wants to draw some cards.
I mean, you're playing Enchantress because you want to do that, right? Like,
I
exclusively.
want to do the Enchantress thing. I want to draw cards until...
The cows come home. Okay, that's...
Have you ever seen a player slow mill?
Do what?
Slow mill?
How do you mean?
Slow mill is you just draw until you die.
Yes, I've done that.
Oh, yeah.
You've literally done that? Good. Good.
All too familiar with running out of cards in my deck because I got too greedy.
So we're triggering it again, all 3, or all 2. There's 2 Sterling Groves in play, so I think Isaac is trying to look for a solitary confinement just to, like, send the game into the stratosphere. But honestly, Isaac can just fire up lands next turn and just start attacking. And it might even be lethal at this point.
Yeah,
Right.
I like Zach's only at 14 life right now. Like things could go very badly.
So there
very
are
fast.
3, 6, 9, 12 enchantments in play.
Are we trying to one-shot him?
I mean, at this point, it looks like that's what's happening.
Yeah.
You just have to play 2 enchantments, right?
Is the land turned into an enchantment creature,
No,
or is it just
it's
a
just
creature?
a land.
Okay, so it's not gonna.
It can be terminated and all that good stuff.
all that good stuff.
I can double check that, but I'm fairly certain it's not an enchantment. Yeah, it's just an elemental.
So he's seen artifact lands. When is Wizard gonna give us enchantment lands?
Never. They said they wouldn't
Why?
because artifact lands are too good.
So
That's why I don't
what
have
sort
it.
of excuse is that?
I refuse to accept your logical answer.
I-
I want another one.
I don't have it.
One more, please.
All
But
right.
the
I'm gonna
artifact
need to
lands,
see you
the
pay
come
2
into
mana
play
for
tapped,
that
indestructible, those aren't played anywhere.
Affinity plays though, actually.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Come into play tapped with no way to untap
Yeah,
them?
this is the danger with dual typed lands.
I guess.
If they're good at any point, they're gonna be played.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
All right, 2 mana. Crack my bauble. These are the plays that you imagine yourself doing when you register your deck.
Are they? My imagination's a lot better. Though,
good.
if I ever play Jund, typically I am imagining like using a discard spell on turn 1. So Zach
you
has
go.
got that down.
Oh yeah.
And-
Discard spell into discard spell.
And honestly, this game probably could have been close if Isaac hadn't immediately drawn a Sithis.
Yes, that was an excellent draw step. All right, and
Up.
it looks like we are. Is this a concession?
Fire up the cannon.
There
Yep,
it is.
there it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
There it
let's
is.
Get out of here.
Just show him 2 enchantments and attack.
It's going to game 3.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So-
every single time. How did we do
Let's see
this?
our resident burn player in the background.
Yeah.
Hey, there he is.
Finished with their
Aiden.
match already.
Yeah.
Waiting for the Enchantress player.
So Isaac has to speed it up now.
Yeah.
If he wants to finish this game with a win.
I don't see a clock, but I
They do have an
imagine-
extension because they're the feature match.
I imagine that we're coming up on 15 minutes maybe left in the round.
You just really got to be conscious of time whenever you play a deck that does take a while to win.
Right.
It's something that's always in the back of my mind, even when I play faster decks.
I'm so used to like cockatrice and things like that where you're just like playing
Chess clock.
Yeah, you're just playing bad draft decks against each other and like the game time is 3 hours.
Yeah. I've often thought about putting a time limit on cube rounds because there's always like one person that's playing like an hour and a half match, and it's like, we need to stop that.
Right.
But, that's like part of the appeal. You just get to play your games out.
We do have a little extra time.
Okay. We have confirmation. We have word.
I mean, yes, they do have some extra time. However,
It's
they have
not
enough extra
infinity.
you gotta kill 'em.
Yeah, you do need to be proactive.
This game
here.
has to end.
Let's fire
Yeah.
up these lands. Let's get in there. saw a very classic cut the one card to the bottom just now.
I have a hard time not shuffling because I just love shuffling.
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I understand.
Have you ever played Bonanza?
No.
It's a game by Uri Rosenberg, and it's insane because you're not allowed to shuffle the cards in your hand.
Huh.
Yeah. It's a game about planting beans. But the more complicated aspect is it's really a game about not going shuffle, shuffle, shuffle just mindlessly.
Which is not a problem for normal people.
Right.
right. For
Magic
normal
players are gonna have
humans, that's not a problem. But as soon as you start playing for Magic, you're like,
Turn 1 Inquisition.
Another excellent hand by
Yeah.
the Enchantress player.
Enchantress is just matched up pretty well against the Shun deck.
Yes.
So a lot of the cards, like, you look at their opening hand, like, wow, all of these are pretty good.
yeah.
Yeah. I think that knowing about the Blood Moon means that we can be conscious about playing around it. We've already gotten our swamp. So I'm probably looking at either slowing them down by taking this Utopia Sprawl, or we can go after the Stirring Glow. I understand that.
Yeah, that takes off the shroud of all the auras so that the Haywire Might can start doing stuff. If Force of Vigor is in Zach's deck, and it usually would be, that can actually start doing something. So
Ooh, we drew the basic plane.
I actually like taking Anthonice here. Is that crazy?
I think that one of the ways that you can win this game is through just resolving a creature and hitting them with it. So yeah, I like the Anthonice as the take.
So Blood Moon.
Take
so
a Blood Moon.
It might not be possible to play around
Right.
the Blood Moon, which
Yeah.
will justify this take. as
Sometimes
well.
Zach just has a hand with Urza Saga in it.
Right.
And you're like, can't really allow the Blood Moon to be there for a while. I understand that. Oh, whoa! Off the top. The classic Thoughtseize bug.
What?
Thoughtseize bug confirmed. Somebody complained to the developers.
So at least
Watsy,
Zach has all three
Hasbro,
colors of mana.
Fix
Like,
your
that
stuff! The shuffler is broken!
That's the good part, right? You got your swamp, you got your forest,
Yeah.
and mountains are from Blood Moon.
Yeah. All right. Well, right, and we can continue playing this game.
Yeah, and it's just Urza Saga. You're not allowed to play.
right. Yeah. It's just a removal spell for all future Urza sagas.
So what's
There's a
your
Haywire Might.
strategy when it comes to cutting?
The deck after my opponent shuffles?
Yeah.
I just shuffle their deck.
You just shuffle the deck? That's my spirit.
Unless
too.
I feel like we're playing too slow, and then I'll just cut it.
Yeah.
I think I'm in the same boat. All right, Haywire Might is going to be able to potentially answer this Blood Moon.
Basic Mountain, I love it.
Yeah. We're going to start off with
A Destiny
our
Spinner.
creature here. All right, and we have the Fatal Push. And are we just going to go also use our mana here for this Blood Moon? It doesn't look like it.
We're not ready to go after Blood Moon yet.
Yeah. We got to get in for one. We got to.
I mean, it's damage. The good thing about stripping all of Isaac's cards away and just kind of playing under this Blood Moon is that you can start putting creatures into play, like Giganther and whatever.
Yeah.
And Isaac's not doing anything to stop you. Like, this deck really needs an Enchantress into play to draw into cards that do something.
And I like the choice of put Gigantha in my hand over just like trying to remove the Blood Moon. It's not really doing anything at this stage. We do have to worry about this.
You can honestly,
Octanice.
yes, but you can honestly just leave the Blood Moon in play until you need to play Saga and use the Haywire Might to kill the Omthanice for Gigantha,
Yeah,
right?
No, I think that's a good play as well. Ooh, an untapped Tri-land here. You love to see that. Gigantha coming in. And yeah, one of the dangers of the Enchantress deck is really at play here is without specifically the Enchantress piece, it kind of gets hard to get that.
It's a
velocity.
really mopey deck if you don't have an Enchantress in play. And one of the problems is that you have to play out your enchantments to like contribute to the game state. And once you've done that and then you draw an Enchantress, you no longer have enchantments, so you can draw a card. It's the Enchantress pieces are really good when they all come together. They just need to come together in the right time.
Right. So notably, we are able to protect our Anthanice now with the Sterling Grove off the top of the library. I think that was a huge draw.
Yes.
And this is a pretty difficult exchange because you feel obligated to go and send a removal spell after their Sterling Grove, but they're just going to be able to use that opportunity to sacrifice it and get their key card.
They're in Chech's presence.
Yep.
That does take a draw step, though, so at least Isaac will not draw. Okay.
Oh, hello. Engineered Explosives on 1. Really valuing just trying to get this game over with. We're trying to get our 5/5 back into play.
Which I like. Like, Sterling
Yeah.
Grove does put the card on top. It's not a strict tutor.
Right.
So this means that Isaac is drawing an Enchantress's Presence. He will cast it next turn.
Yeah.
And then Zach gets a free attack for Jegantha, plus whatever spells he can play.
Yeah. How do you feel about this main phase popping of... I think it ended up...
It's all face up, right? It doesn't matter.
Oh, there's no card in hand.
Yeah, Isaac doesn't have any cards in hand.
All right, and then we have another removal spell for this enchantment.
Yeah, Maelstrom Pulse is a good
All right,
one.
5, you're at 10, go.
Are you guys familiar with the phrase hellbent?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
We
the better
are-
phrase, Heckbent.
Heckbent!
Which is what Hazoret has.
Hazoret has Heckbent.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Okay, so we did draw another Enchantress-style card, but it looks like we have a Lightning Bolt that's going to be able to take care of it pretty quickly here.
Or Boseiju. Because again, this is an enchantment.
Right. I'm wondering why we chose to go for the Boseiju over just the Bolt.
Valuing damage upstairs?
I guess value and damage upstairs. Oh, I see.
Isaac's at 4 now? Like, that's...
This way, Turok or Jegantha can hit the end.
Right.
And Solitary Confinement is bad here, because
Yeah.
it's just buys a turn.
One removal spell is not going to cut it.
Yeah, so you can block Jegantha,
and this
take
one's gonna get
2,
bolted.
then get
And
bolted.
that's
Up,
it.
and there it is.
All right.
That's a concession. All right. Well, gentlemen, we are without earbud because it's at 3% and died. So
Okay.
we will find out whenever we start getting. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, we're going to screen. So
That
we'll
was
wrap
round
out. I
3.
imagine they're probably one of the last rounds finished, so we're going to take a break here.
Yeah.
Yep.
But we're going to be back with round 4 almost certainly because we got a 14-player tournament. So we're going to see who we get for match 4.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
curious to see who our 2 undefeated players are. 1
Yeah.
to 2 undefeated players, probably.
Yeah.
And we'll see you all then.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
All right.
see everybody. Welcome back, everybody. This is the last round of our Wednesday night Modern event at the Gathering Place. I'm very excited to bring a spicy one to the table for this last round. We've got Manaless Dredge.
Manaless Dredge in Modern.
In Modern.
There's one deck more salvage.
There is...
Very mana light Dredge.
Yeah,
Mana Light Dredge. Excuse me. Yeah. Probably not meant to be played.
Yeah, I would think so.
But from what I've heard through the grapevine, this is a... I'm trying to go second, discard to hand size, Phantasmagorium stuff situation that we've got going on. I'm excited.
So we do have Zach back from last round, so we have 2 players here who are 2-1. This might not be the top table. I'm not actually sure on that.
I think that there are some undefeated players, but I think that we are choosing to watch this Dredge list instead.
But with 14 players, though, you're not even necessarily guaranteed one player is 3-0 right now, right? Even if you're doing strict Swiss.
You should have minimum one.
You should have one?
Yeah. But, in any case, I'm pretty excited to see
something new, and this is new.
I'm trying to take a peek at this Dredge player's hand, and I do know that there is a Dredger, which is kind of the bare minimum to have in your opening hand.
It's hard to mulligan when you need to discard to hand size.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. I wonder if there is a decision to be made there if you do end up mulliganing, or if you just choose to go to discard no matter what. Yes, hope for the best. I hope I draw one.
It's also a little more awkward in Modern. Oh wow, turn 1 Nihil Spellbomb against Dredge.
Oh no!
Game 1.
Absolutely brutal.
I think we might have
He drew from Mishra's Bubble, is what the
things
draw
flipped
was.
over
Okay.
here.
I was curious about the draw, but yeah, it was a Mishra's
Right.
Bubble draw.
This is that Zach on that side. So we actually have our player from last round, Zach, with Jund Saga here on the left.
Yeah.
Switching sides of the table for
Yep,
us.
switching sides for
Making
us.
it
Great.
A little more
Good.
confusing, but good. Okay, so discarded a Stinkweed Imp, which is the best Dredger to have.
The best Dredger in Modern.
Dredge 5. And I think that we probably just want to see some pressure here.
Tarmogoyf?
Now, you've got the Spellbomb in play.
Yeah.
Do you allow the dredges to happen and then stop the first relevant thing, or do you just grab a dredger as soon as possible?
I allow the dredges to happen, see what's in the graveyard, and this looks like a pretty good pile,
That's going to be one that you got to get rid of. That Narcomoeba was threatening to come back and
Do
bring
some
back
blood
the fight.
Sometimes they just hit amalgams and a dredger and no trigger thing.
Right.
So that you can just leave those in the graveyard,
Yeah.
have them do another turn.
Is Bridge from Below legal?
No, it's not legal.
No, it's banned.
No longer.
It was banned for Hogak's sins.
Yeah. Wasn't there a
Oh.
card that was banned and then unbanned when Hogak got banned?
No. Golgari Grave Troll was banned and unbanned, or unbanned and then rebanned.
Right.
But that had nothing to do with Hogak.
I'm going to get in for 3 here.
Yeah.
So our player on the right, this is Alexa, has written her deck name actually as Terrorist Dredge,
Nice.
not Manaless.
Dredge. Okay, so it looks like we've dredged some stuff.
And some hollow ones in the bin as well, which is a cool little technique for Phantasmagorian.
Oh, pick up the hollow ones?
Yeah. Well, no. You
Wait.
you pick up the Phantasmagorian, discarding 3 cards,
Oh,
play any hollow ones in your
okay.
hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing any cards in hand here that are like exciting to have in your hand. I mean, normally you have like Grief and some other stuff these days, but looks like we have a flashed in Bowmaster.
Yeah, you just gotta get pressure on before Dredge can assemble a board. Because
Yep.
Dredge doesn't do anything for a long time,
Right.
but there'll be a turn eventually. The goal
It
is
does
always to
everything. Yeah.
put 7 creatures into play,
Yeah.
trigger some creeping chills the past turn, and then you're like, oh no.
Yeah. I'm way more familiar with Dredge in a Legacy or Vintage format. What is it doing in Modern?
Nothing.
It's nothing.
doesn't exist.
Nothing. Okay.
This is a
This
bit
is
of
a
a
pet deck.
misnomer.
Yeah.
It's hard to quantify what exactly Alex is doing here.
Oh, 2-1 so far.
All right. doing little enough to prompt a Giganta to hand.
Oh my god.
That's also
We're gonna be dredging again.
nothing relevant in that pile.
Okay.
I think that's all of the hollow ones.
All the hollow ones down.
No way to discard extra cards. There are 2 Vengevines in hand, which they cannot get rid of, unfortunately, because they've not hit a Phantasmagorian
And
yet.
I think that we are waiting to naturally hit a Dredger before playing this Bobble in our hand. But we haven't hit another Dredger other than this Stinkweedum that we just keep on discarding. So kind of, not allowing for that explosiveness. And we might be under too much pressure at this point.
Yeah, this might be the last turn Alexa has to do anything.
Right.
So there's another M.
Creeping Chill. That's going to be gaining us some life. However, I imagine that this Tarmogoyf is just massive at this point.
It's large.
It's big one. Okay. Bobble coming down. We're going to go ahead and crack the Bobble to look at your card. This is a forest.
Okay.
We know, Dredge player knows.
Zach does not know.
Zach does not know. Pass the turn, draw a card. We're going to be dredging once more.
2 Creeping Chills.
Okay, this could do
A
it.
Phantasmagorian, but no Narcob Amiibos,
No Narcomoebas.
which I think means
Is this going to be enough?
this
we
is
go to
lethal,
15.
right?
Oh my
Well,
god.
15 power in flight.
There very
No.
well could be. I don't think there's quite 15 power.
I think it's 13 power.
I think this Tarmogoyf is around a 5.
Well,
I
there
don't have a
should be-
confirmed number for it.
Okay, so I think Zach missed a Bowmaster trigger off the Mishra's Bubble, right? Because the zombie should have been a 2/2 and dealt another damage, which is why I thought it was lethal.
Okay.
But I guess it was forgotten.
Two damage to miss for this turn cycle.
How do you guys feel about must versus may triggers? Right? Like must may triggers are actually like in a rule set actually something you can skip, right?
Yeah, I mean the rules, the cards as written doesn't matter as much as the tournament rules as written.
Yeah.
And the tournament rules as written is whatever a trigger says, it doesn't matter. You're responsible for it.
Yeah. This is not high level ELO. This is
No, but like if you're playing in a
casual
tournament environment,
stuff,
that's
but-
how I would expect it to be.
But we
handled.
will have. How many people do we think are going to show up for that big 5K?
A lot.
A lot.
It's going to be a big
Yeah.
event, I think.
There's going to be a 5K modern tournament at the Gathering. Is that the name of the convention?
The Gathering.
The Gathering?
The Gathering.
The Gathering. There's going to be a big convention at the Durham Convention Center.
Yep.
I love it.
Just right downtown.
That's like 15 minutes from where I live.
August 18th to the 20th.
Great
Be
deal.
there. Yeah. Is this a second spell bomb
This is a second spell bomb
in the main deck?
in the main deck.
Wow. That is a statement.
Is that real? Did we see that in the last round?
No.
I like. This is one of those.
But it would
deck
explain
list
how
things.
Zach keeps opening with spell bomb.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It just has multiple of them.
Yeah, just got plenty of them.
Down to 5.
This is gonna be.
Down to 4.
Fast.
So
This
even
is gonna
the
be
zombie would not have been
fast.
lethal.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that this spell bomb is probably going to be lights out for the Dredge player here.
So what's the thing that holds Dredge down? Is it just the sheer amount of hate that exists in Modern?
I think
or
the
just,
ban list mostly holds Dredge down.
Yeah.
Faithless Looting, Golgari Grave Troll, Dread Return, Bridge from Below are all on the ban list.
Faithless Looting is banned?
Yeah, that's why no one's played it.
What? What?
Yeah, Faithless Looting was banned for Dredge's sins. It was a bit too good.
That's where all the other
Oh,
cards.
yeah.
And also, I think that the other Faithless Looting card was
There it is. That's game
Phoenix.
1.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
2 Nihil Spell Bombs, just that's the end of the game.
Yeah, yeah.
That'll do it.
All you
So-
need is like a few creatures to kill them.
Yeah.
Given that Dredge is playing against essentially a pre-hate deck, like what are they going to try to do here? Or is this why Dredge isn't played?
Yes, it is largely why Dredge is not good. It like honestly against Dredge, and Collins, you can speak to this because you played a lot of Dredge.
I played a lot of Dredge.
Like you're banking on winning game 1 a large majority of the time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, typically in a classic Dredge game 1 is going to be the game where your opponent is unprepared, they don't have any hate pieces, and when your opponent doesn't have any hate pieces, your deck is way better than theirs.
Yeah.
But when they do have hate pieces, your deck is non-functional or close to it. So yeah, typically matches of Dredge come down to I got game 1 and I gotta steal a second one. You gotta make sure that your opponent either misses their hate piece or you have some sort of answer to it. The problem with this manaless version of the deck is that they have access to a lot less tools to play through hate pieces. So we saw, the spell bombs are kind of like what I call one-shot hate pieces. The Tormod's Crypts, the spell bombs, the lanterns of these days. Those you can kind of just play through by just, doing your stuff more than just once. You want to put cards into your graveyard, start dredging, they'll snipe that, and then you want to have like something after that. You want to have a second Fatal Suiting, you want to have a second Cathartic Reunion. And so those you can just kind of naturally play through. But when it comes to things like Leyline of the Void or Rest in Peace, you've got to have something that removes that card, otherwise you're going to lose.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think that it's probably on the back of just Force of Vigor that we're going to be looking for answers to that kind of graveyard hate piece, but it's going to be really difficult because if our plan is just to discard for hand size and we have to lose 2 cards in our hand to get rid of their hate piece, it might be a little too slow.
A little too tricky. Also, Urza Saga itself does a number on graveyard decks because a large majority of the cards that are good sideboard cards against graveyard decks like Dredge are 1-mana artifacts.
Yeah.
All of the cards you listed are tutorable via Urza Saga.
Right.
And you also get like stuff like Grafdigger's Cage if Zach is playing it, which is also a lights out card that is not a one-shot effect.
Right. So I think that, the number of one-shot, or the number of like permanent hate pieces like Grafdigger's Cage that we're going to be seeing out of the sideboard here is going to really dictate how difficult it's going to be for our Dredge player.
And keep in mind the Jund deck is pretty well suited to putting power into play while your opponent's not doing anything. That's how we won the Enchantress matches, right? With Zach last match, right?
Yeah.
He just put power into play while his opponent wasn't doing anything and won the game because his creatures are strong.
Yeah. If you kill your opponent, it doesn't matter what the game plan is. They're dead.
You're dead.
You're dead. Do we have a companion here from Zach?
Yeah, so that's a Giganta.
That's the Giganta.
Giganta the what?
The Wellspring.
The
Yeah.
5/5?
Yeah. The Wellspring.
The Wellspring, of course.
You gotta have your elks be the Wellspring.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just a classic elk move.
What's the art here on the Dredge?
I couldn't tell you. It just looks like some piece of art.
Enhance.
It doesn't look like a magic card I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
Could just be a design. There's some of the Dragon Shield sleeves are like poppies in a field kind of deal. Yeah, I do not know what it is. Cannot tell you.
Zooming in closer, it remains kind of
Good
An
enhancing.
it's
enigma.
stuff. There's stuff on there.
Yeah.
Is this a jank bank? Play mat?
What was that?
Jank bank?
Yeah, the tournament they run here. I don't know. I don't know what the playmat looks like for it.
I've never played in it, but it sounds interesting.
I would have to ask Chris for
Yeah.
that.
Somebody else runs it.
Yeah, but Chris loves it.
He does.
I know he does.
He does love it. So here at the Gathering Place, they do this tournament, the Jank Bank, where you get a bad card from Magic history, and you have to build a deck around it. And that is one of these tournaments that can get you fun playmats, and this might be from one of them, but Neither of us, none of us have played in it. I don't know.
Not sure.
All right, Zach keeps a 6 Carter.
Okay.
Alex obviously cannot keep anything to 7.
We've got a discard spell to leave off with. So that could spell trouble and buy ourselves a full turn cycle.
Or you could just take a Mishra's Bubble.
Wow. Wow.
It honestly is probably the take here.
That's the best card in the hand. Like, it's either the Bobble or the Mim Knight, I think.
Right.
And the Bobble seems to have more utility to me.
No Dredger? Am I correct in seeing no Dredger?
No Dredger, 2 redraws, I think. The Bobble and the Street Wraith try to get there.
Right.
Also 2 Phantasmagorians in hand, which is pretty awkward.
Right. Bowmaster coming
Now,
in.
Collins, as a Dredge player, would
Yeah.
you have mulliganed that hand?
Well, the problem with Mana... I have not played a lot of Mana-less cards.
Okay.
I usually play Dredge with
Mana
lands.
full Dredge.
So when you're playing Dredge with lands, you tend to mulligan very aggressively.
Yeah.
I'm happy to go down to 4 cards. Actually won a winning into a invitational top 8 playing Dredge by mulliganing to 4 in game 3.
Yes.
So you got a mulligan.
Yeah.
This is a different scenario.
Yes.
You don't play any lands. You're forced to use your discard step to get anything in your graveyard. So you fundamentally cannot mulligan. You're just unable to, really. So I understand keeping this hand. It's not great. You did have a couple of redraws. And I am wondering if it is worth taking maybe 1 mulligan to try to find more dredgers, because if your hope is just to take draw steps to hit your dredgers, maybe you mulligan to look at 7 new cards, and then you know it's going to be 2 draw steps before you can mulligan before you can discard anyways.
Yeah.
So I think I probably would discard.
Discarding cards to Phantasmagorian here.
Okay. And the upside for this is that you can just get that hollowed one into play pretty quickly.
I think that's what's happening here, because no Dredges were discarded, right? I can't quite see what's behind the Narcomoeba.
What sort of hate cards does Dredge have access to in Modern?
What sort of hate cards does Dredge have?
And
access to?
anti-hate cards.
Hate cards.
Oh,
Anti-hate
yeah.
cards.
I think these days the best ones, I would imagine, out of this deck are going to be like Force of Vigor.
Okay.
That is a lot of creatures.
Yeah. That's...
Alright, here's
Yeah.
9 power.
Right.
There you go.
We're essentially saying, here's 9 power, I hope it wins me the game.
Yeah.
Because with 1 card in hand, I can't imagine that we're going to be doing much else. I don't know if there's any Dredger in
There's
the
no
yard.
Dredger in the yard. There's a Phantasmagorian still. So
Did
any...
I see a Golgari Thug?
if there was, I didn't recognize the art.
Okay, I think there might be a Golgari Thug, which will allow us to kind of get the ball rolling.
A little. It's still pretty slow. You have to dredge it to another Dredger.
Right.
Yeah, that does
If-
look like a
If you miss
thug.
on that 4, then it's going to be a long time before you can take any other game actions.
Did you guys play Rise of Eldrazi? Like as a limited format or a
Yes.
standard
I
format?
did not.
I did.
You did. Lee, how did you feel about it?
I really like the format.
I did too. It was interesting.
It had 2 big problems, which were Drana and Gideon.
Yeah.
But other than those 2 cards, the format was pretty fun.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on. And Bloodghast and Vengevine. Bloodghast was original
Zendikar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vengevine was in Rise of the Eldrazi.
Vengevine was Rise.
So no attacks from the Jund player, indicating that at least right now our 9 power is doing a good job. But this spell bomb is just going to be disastrous for us.
That's kind of like, all right, got 7 more turns or 6 more turns to draw to like a discard.
Yeah, just 6 turns, no problem. What could possibly happen in 6 turns?
An entire game.
Well,
Like it's on Zach now to find answers to 2/4/4s.
does Zach have a green source?
I can't see it.
Am I noticing that we're lacking a green source? So we have the Tarmogoyf in hand. I was thinking specifically about Tarmogoyf because that would be a card that just kind of locks up the game from here. is a creature bigger than the 4/4s. But we don't have the green source. All right, we're gonna trade off pretty much our whole board for one of these 4/4s.
One of the things I don't like about Bowmasters is how much the frame looks like an artifact creature. So I keep thinking it's an artifact creature with construct tokens.
Yeah.
So we drew another non-green source, but this means that any land now we can just add
A Gigantha. Yeah.
Gigantha or a Tormgoyf.
All right, 3 turns.
Just runner, green spells.
There we go.
Oh, there. That's a good
Gigantha.
one. That's a good one.
That's a 5/5. That's bigger than a 4/4. True or false?
5/5 is bigger than 4/4? I don't believe it. Show me
You
the
heard it
math.
first.
Show me the math.
5 is bigger than 4.
Just wait until we play the Stormwave. That'll be a 5/6. Yep, Mishra's Bauble, Boseiju on top.
A green source.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah, I think drawing the green source now is just showboating.
Yeah. Probably unnecessary, but now we can go Tormgoyf and make a construct.
Could have already done that.
Is this impossibly going to be a clean
Tap Gigantha for
2-0
mana.
sweep?
Oh.
The rare, it has an ability.
Yeah.
What is Memnite doing for this deck?
It brings back Vengevine.
It just brings back 7/9.
A free creature.
That
Brings
makes
back
sense.
Vengevine.
That's its only purpose.
It's reasonable.
Hell yeah, get in there.
Get in.
What does Modern Affinity even look like?
It's a blue deck that plays a bunch of Thought Casts and Thought Monitors
Okay.
and Cranial Platings and Urza Sagas. That's kind of whole deck.
Are they playing Memnite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are? Okay.
And there are several artifact decks. Right now there is the blue one that we just described with the creature that draws 2 cards. But there's also like Hardened Scales.
Okay.
Is like affinity adjacent. It's like playing.
It plays artifact
Artifact
creatures.
creatures.
Yeah. You do need to count, but usually not the number of artifacts you control.
Right. You gotta count your +1/+1 counters on your creatures mostly.
Well, if you have enough dice, that'll do
Yeah.
it for you.
Ooh, the Windmill Construct. That's my favorite construct token.
Nice. I actually didn't recognize that when it first came down. Silver bordered?
It is silver bordered. It's from Unstable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have a third different construct type?
There
Yeah,
it
we
is.
do.
Yeah, we
Oh
do.
my god.
You know what this one's from?
Is this one is from the first construct set, isn't it?
No, it is not.
Oh.
This one, that's what the first one next to Tarmogoyf is.
Okay.
This one is from the Strixhaven Commander deck.
Oh.
Dig Site Engineer makes it.
Amazing.
I think this game is like
Are we rumbling?
firmly
Yeah.
in Zach's control.
If we attack with all of our creatures, is the game over? It's not quite. Yeah, no, it
It
is.
feels over.
I think it
This
is over.
feels very
These
over.
are 4/4s now. We've
Yes.
got 2 blockers. We can block the Gigantha and the Tormgoyf and take 8. Oh, wait.
Force of Vigor?
Wait.
Is it Force of Vigor time? Can kill the 2 constructs.
Do you kill the 2 attacking constructs, or do you kill one?
We're zooming out.
We're zooming out.
We're zooming back in.
Okay. Somebody's got to explain this card.
So
to
this
me.
is Soul Spike.
Okay, thank you.
You pitch 2 black cards and deal 4 to any target and gain 4 life.
Ooh.
When was that printed?
Cold Snap.
That was Cold Snap also?
Wow.
People didn't play that in Limited either.
Yeah. A little
So-
terrible.
Okay, hang on. So we
Terrible.
get to kill one of these constructs.
Block the
We
other
block
one.
the other one. It's only a 3 power now. We don't die.
Relevant, yes.
But
Oh,
then
that's in that same space
I don't
as
know-
Commandeer.
I don't know what happens after that, but it does keep Lexa alive.
It was cool.
Yeah. Pitch to Chancellor of the draws for it.
Are Chancellors played outside of Dredge?
Actually, they see the most play in 2 different decks. The red one is played in Glimpse combo, which
Glimpse
is
combo.
a Cascade deck. There's the game for Zach.
Yeah.
And the white one is played in some really strange Shining Shoal white weenie decks.
Okay,
Oh,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense. Well, that was an amazingly fast game.
Yeah.
I mean, the dredge deck has to do its thing or it loses.
Or it loses,
and
yeah.
it didn't.
Yeah,
And also,
that's-
Zach had a hate crime in main deck graveyard hate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's unfortunate, honestly.
Main deck
Yeah.
multiple Nile spell bombs.
It's effective.
We show up to the tournament with Manaless Dredge, and you're gonna game one Nihil spell
2
on me?
Nihil Spellbomb.
That's nasty. Oh well. Well, there you have it. That's 4 rounds of Modern Magic.
Yeah.
Brought to you by the Gathering
a
Place.
lot of cool decks don't usually see.
Yeah, definitely. I'm pretty excited to see Martyr proc and this Manaless Dredge deck.
Yeah. And there is going to be a big tournament 18th, 19th, and 20th.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
a Friday through Sunday.
Friday through Sunday, there's going to be a big tournament. It's going to be actually hosted at the Durham Convention Center, but we're going to be streaming on the same channel. So if you're looking for Modern or maybe Pioneer,
I don't know exactly what the stream schedule is. I don't know what events we're putting on stream, but we've got pretty much every event you can shake a stick at hosted at the tournament somewhere.
yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff streamed on that. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. So if you're anywhere close to Durham, North Carolina, I hope that you can make the trip down.
Yeah, it'll be fun for charity.
And
It's an extra.
there's going to be a charity element. I'm very excited. I'll be there. Yeah.
All right. Good night, everybody. That's Walker and
Collins.
And Lee.
And
yeah.
Lee.
All right.
Here at
Thanks,
the
y'all.
Gathering
Thanks, everyone.
Place for Modern.
Good night.
Thanks, everybody.